Hi there. If you're here, you're probably looking for two things: a little history and a lot of sleep. So go ahead, lie back, get comfortable, maybe dim the lights, maybe fluff your pillow like it owes you rent, and let your body sink into the mattress like a tired aristocrat falling into fainting couch. Now let me take you back, not too far, just far enough to a time when mornings smelled like coal smoke and yesterday's stew, and the height of luxury was a second-hand top hat without visible lice. We're going to Victorian London. Ah yes, the age of progress, empire, and rampant soot. A place where the streets were paved with ambition, mud, and occasionally horsebits, where the air was thick with innovation and several unregulated chemicals. But don't worry, you don't have to walk these streets. You just have to drift through them with me, like a particularly relaxed ghost. I'll do all the talking. You just breathe. We'll explore the realities behind the myths. What was it really like to live in Victorian London? To wake up in a tenement, sip possibly poisoned tea, and dodge both pickpockets and the occasional flying chamber pot? Spoiler alert, it wasn't all ball gowns and polite society. But don't worry, I'll keep it slow, gentle, and just snarky enough to make you smirk into your pillow. So take another breath, let your muscles melt, and prepare yourself for a cozy, soot-filled, and surprisingly relaxing tour of Victorian misery. Let's begin. Victorian policing was still developing as a professional practice. Detective work was primitive. Forensic science was virtually non-existent. And police methods relied heavily on informants, confessions, and catching criminals in the act. The Ripper investigation challenged these methods and revealed their limitations in cases involving clever, careful criminals who left few traces and had no obvious motives. The killer or killers, nobody was entirely sure, left taunting letters for the police and newspapers, though whether these were genuine communications from the murderer or hoaxes created by attention-seeking individuals remains a matter of debate. They demonstrated medical knowledge that suggested surgical training or anatomical education, surgical skill that indicated experience with human dissection, and an intimate familiarity with the geography of Whitechapel that suggested local residence or extensive prior exploration. The murders were distinguished by their brutality, their precision, and their apparent randomness. Bodies were discovered with surgical mutilations that suggested the killer had considerable anatomical knowledge and possibly medical training. The murders were committed quickly and efficiently, suggesting someone who was comfortable with violence and skilled in its application. But the killer also demonstrated intimate knowledge of Whitechapel's geography. Which streets were poorly lit, which alleys provided escape routes, which times of night offered the best opportunities for unobserved violence. This suggested someone who lived or worked in the area, who had spent time studying its layout and routines. They struck when the fog was thickest, using London's atmospheric conditions as camouflage and protection. The fog provided cover for approach and escape, muffled sounds that might alert potential witnesses, and created an environment where even familiar streets became alien and threatening. The killer seemed to understand that fog was an ally rather than an obstacle. They disappeared into the maze of narrow streets and alleys that made Whitechapel a perfect hunting ground for someone who knew its geography intimately. The area's network of courts, passages, and hidden entrances allowed quick movement and easy escape. Police patrols could be avoided, witnesses could be evaded, and evidence could be disposed of in countless hidden locations. They left bodies that were mutilated with a precision that suggested either medical training or a very dedicated amateur interest in human anatomy. The mutilations weren't random acts of violence, but carefully executed procedures that required knowledge, skill, and time. This precision was both horrifying and puzzling, suggesting motives that went beyond simple violence or robbery. Jack the Ripper. The name came from one of the letters supposedly sent by the killer though its authenticity was questionable and its origin possibly journalistic rather than criminal, was never caught, never identified, never stopped so much as apparently lost interest or moved on to other pursuits, or perhaps achieved whatever goal had motivated the murders in the first place. He became a legend before the case was even closed, transforming from contemporary threat to mythological figure. The name Jack the Ripper became synonymous with urban terror, random violence, and the dangers lurking in the dark corners of civilized society. The case generated more theories, suspects, and speculation than almost any other criminal investigation in history. He became a symbol of the darkness that lurked in Victorian London's shadows, a representation of fears that were both specific and universal. The Ripper embodied anxieties about urban violence, class conflict, medical knowledge being used for evil purposes, and the inability of authorities to protect the most vulnerable members of society. Every unsolved crime, every unexplained disappearance, every moment when the fog seemed to move with purpose rather than drift randomly, all of it became part of the Ripper mythology. He was blamed for murders he probably didn't commit, credited with capabilities he probably didn't possess, and transformed into a figure more symbolic than real. The case revealed something profoundly uncomfortable about Victorian society that went beyond the murders themselves. The victims were women society had already written off as unimportant. Prostitutes, alcoholics, women so poor and desperate that they had no protection, no advocacy, and no value except as cautionary tales about the consequences of moral failure. Their deaths mattered to the press and the public only because of how they died, not because of who they were or how they had lived. Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, Mary Jane Kelly. These women had names, histories, families, hopes, and dreams, but they became known primarily as Ripper victims rather than as individuals whose lives had value independent of their deaths. The investigation was hampered not just by primitive forensic techniques and limited police resources, but by the fundamental assumption that these women's lives had little value to begin with. The police investigated their murders because murder was a crime against social order, not because the specific victims deserved justice or protection. Society's response to the murders revealed deep class and gender prejudices that shaped how the case was investigated, reported, and remembered. The assumption that prostitutes had somehow brought their fate upon themselves, that their lifestyle made them responsible for the violence they experienced, and that their deaths were less tragic than the deaths of respectable women, influenced every aspect of the case. People still walked those alleys after the murders because what else could they do? London didn't stop for nightmares, didn't suspend daily life because of terror, didn't provide alternative employment for women whose only option for survival was the dangerous work that had made them targets. Economic necessity overcame fear of random violence. Women still worked the streets because they still needed money to survive, because the alternatives were starvation or the workhouse, because society offered them no other options for supporting themselves. The Ripper murders made their work more dangerous but not impossible, more terrifying but not optional. The police attempted to patrol more regularly, though their effectiveness was limited by their numbers, their unfamiliarity with the area's geography, and their general inability to prevent crimes that happened quickly in isolated locations. They carried lanterns more for psychological comfort than practical illumination, since their light could be seen from much farther away than it could illuminate. Workers in the area developed informal safety systems, traveling in groups when possible, checking on each other regularly, sharing information about suspicious individuals or dangerous locations. These community-based protective measures were probably more effective than official police efforts, but couldn't eliminate the risks entirely. The fog still rolled in with the evening, but now it carried a different kind of menace that was both specific and general. Fog had always been dangerous in London. It caused accidents, concealed criminals, and made navigation treacherous. But the Ripper murders gave it a personal, intimate quality of threat that made every foggy evening feel like a personal encounter with urban terror. Jack the Ripper became the embodiment of Victorian fears about urban life, industrial change, and social disruption. He represented anxieties about strangers in the night, civilized men who revealed themselves to be monsters, and the reminder that beneath the veneer of progress and propriety, humanity remained capable of unthinkable darkness. He was never caught, never explained, never rationalized away by authorities who preferred their problems to have solutions and their criminals to be comprehensible. In a society that believed in science, progress, and the power of human reason to solve all problems, he remained an unsolved equation, a question mark written in blood on the streets of the East End. The case challenged Victorian confidence in their ability to understand and control human behavior, to protect citizens through proper policing, and to eliminate violence through social progress. It suggested that some forms of evil might be inherent in human nature rather than products of social conditions that could be reformed. And perhaps that was his greatest legacy, the reminder that some darkness cannot be gaslit away, that some violence cannot be prevented through better street lighting, and that some aspects of human nature resist the Victorian faith in perfectibility through social engineering and moral education. The Ripper murders became a permanent part of London's identity, a reminder that even in the world's most powerful and civilized city, terror could strike suddenly and disappear without explanation. They represented the persistence of mystery in an age that valued rational explanation, the reality of evil in a society that believed in moral progress, and the vulnerability of individuals in an urban environment that promised but couldn't always deliver protection and security. The opening of the Underground, 1863, when London decided to go beneath itself and discovered new ways to make transportation miserable. Yes, the tube. Before it became a sweaty commuter battleground where personal space went to die, human patience was tested on an hourly basis, and the phrase "mind the gap" became a metaphor for the space between civilized behavior and complete social breakdown. It was genuinely a marvel of engineering and audacity, the first underground railway in the world, a revolutionary solution to a seemingly impossible problem. Steam-powered trains running through tunnels beneath one of the world's busiest cities. What could possibly go wrong? As it turned out, quite a lot actually, though not necessarily the things people expected to go wrong. Well, quite a lot, but also quite a lot went right, which was perhaps more surprising than the things that went wrong, considering that nobody had ever tried anything like this before, and the entire project was essentially one massive experiment in whether human beings could adapt to traveling through underground tunnels at unprecedented speeds while breathing air that had been filtered through steam locomotives. The Metropolitan Railway. The Met, as nobody called it yet because informal nicknames hadn't been invented and wouldn't be for several more decades, opened on January 9th, 1863, running between Paddington and Farringdon Station. The route covered about 4 miles and represented years of planning, engineering, political negotiation, and construction that disrupted London life in ways that made regular catastrophes seem manageable by comparison. The idea was elegantly simple. If surface traffic was becoming impossible due to overcrowding, congestion, and the fundamental incompatibility of horses, carriages, pedestrians, and vendors all trying to use the same streets simultaneously, then go under it. If the streets were too crowded, build new streets beneath the old ones. Surface transportation in London had reached a crisis point by the 1850s. The city was expanding rapidly, commercial traffic was increasing, and the narrow medieval streets couldn't handle the volume of people, goods, and vehicles trying to move through them. Travel times were unpredictable, traffic jams were constant, and the entire transportation system seemed on the verge of complete breakdown. The execution was considerably more complicated than the concept, involving engineering challenges that pushed the boundaries of contemporary technology, construction methods that had never been attempted on such a scale, and logistical problems that required solutions to be invented as work progressed. First, there was the matter of digging the tunnels without collapsing the city above them. This was accomplished using the cut-and-cover method, which sounds much tidier than it actually was. The method involved digging enormous trenches in the middle of existing streets, building tunnels in them, and then covering them up again while hoping that everything above ground would still be standing when the work was finished. Cut-and-cover construction was like performing major surgery on a patient who had to keep walking around, working, and conducting normal life during the operation. Entire streets were excavated to depths of 20 feet or more, with temporary bridges built to allow surface traffic to continue while construction proceeded below. The disruption was spectacular even by London standards, which had already established high tolerance levels for urban chaos. Streets became construction sites that resembled archaeological excavations or battlefields, with massive piles of earth, construction equipment, and workers creating obstacles that made normal traffic movement nearly impossible. Businesses lost customers who couldn't physically reach them without navigating through construction zones that required mountaineering skills and considerable determination. Shop owners reported dramatic decreases in trade as customers chose to avoid areas where simply walking down the street became an athletic endeavor requiring planning, stamina, and good luck. Horse-drawn carriages had to navigate around massive excavations, creating traffic patterns that defied logic and tested the patience of drivers who were already dealing with London's notoriously difficult street conditions. Detours became adventures, familiar routes became impossible, and getting from one place to another required consulting maps that became obsolete as quickly as they could be drawn. Pedestrians risked falling into holes that appeared overnight, disappeared during the day, and reappeared in new locations without warning. Walking in areas of underground construction required constant vigilance, good weather, so you could see where you were going, and the acceptance that your journey might take twice as long as planned and involve considerably more adventure than anticipated. The air, already challenged by London's usual complement of coal smoke, horse manure, and industrial emissions, filled with even more dust than usual, which was genuinely impressive given London's baseline dust levels that already challenged human respiratory capacity. Construction dust mixed with existing atmospheric pollution to create air quality that approached the theoretical limits of what human lungs could process. Then there were the trains themselves, which presented an entirely new set of challenges that nobody had fully anticipated. Steam locomotives in enclosed tunnels seemed like a brilliant idea during the planning stages, until someone realized that steam locomotives produce smoke, and smoke in enclosed spaces makes breathing challenging, in ways that challenging doesn't adequately describe. The tunnels, despite efforts at ventilation, quickly filled with smoke, steam, and combustion gases that created an atmosphere more suitable for curing meat than transporting passengers. Early underground travel was like riding through a mobile chimney that occasionally stopped to pick up more passengers who were willing to endure temporary asphyxiation in exchange for faster travel across London. Ventilation systems were designed to remove smoke and steam, but they were only partially effective. Opening grates to street level helped somewhat, but they also allowed surface pollution to enter the tunnels. creating a mixture of underground and above-ground air quality problems that was worse than either would have been individually. The air in the tunnels was terrible, worse than surface London, which set an impressively high bar for atmospheric hostility. It was thick enough to chew, dense with particles that settled in passengers' clothes and hair, and capable of creating immediate respiratory distress in people who weren't already accustomed to London's general air quality challenges. Passengers regularly fainted from smoke inhalation, which became such a common occurrence that railway staff developed procedures for dealing with unconscious travelers. Smelling salts were standard equipment at underground stations, and medical assistance for smoke-related problems was routinely available. The tunnel walls turned black almost immediately, not gradually over time but within days of the railway opening. The soot buildup was so rapid and comprehensive that maintaining any appearance of cleanliness became impossible. The tunnels quickly developed their own ecosystem of grime that became a permanent feature of underground travel. Workers developed respiratory problems that would plague them for the rest of their lives, which admittedly wasn't always very long in an era when industrial occupational hazards were considered normal rather than preventable. Underground railway employment was recognized as hazardous work, but jobs were scarce, and workers adapted to conditions that would be considered intolerable today. But it worked. Trains ran regularly, maintaining schedules that were more reliable than surface transportation, despite the environmental challenges. Passengers used the service in large numbers because the alternative surface travel was slower, less predictable, and often more uncomfortable than underground travel, even with the smoke problems. The underground was considerably drier than walking through London's surface streets, which were often flooded with mud, sewage runoff, and mysterious liquids that pedestrians learned not to examine too closely. Underground platforms were protected from rain, snow, and the general wetness that characterized London weather. Travel was faster than surface transportation once you accounted for traffic delays, road conditions, and the various obstacles that made getting across London a test of patience and determination. Underground travel offered predictable journey times, which was a novelty in a city where estimating travel time was more art than science. The experience offered something unique, traveling at what seemed like incredible speeds through tunnels that provided a completely different perspective on urban transportation. For many passengers, underground travel was their first experience with mechanized transport that moved faster than horses and felt more modern than anything else available. Underground travel also provided the unusual experience of breathing smoke in a confined space while traveling at unprecedented speeds, which was both terrifying and exciting for people whose previous transportation experiences had been limited to walking, riding horses, or traveling in horse-drawn vehicles. The opening day was proclaimed a triumph by newspapers, politicians, and railway officials who celebrated the achievement while discreetly avoiding extended underground journeys themselves. The press described the new railway as a wonder of modern engineering that demonstrated British technological supremacy and innovative problem-solving. Politicians made speeches about progress and innovation while carefully scheduling their own travel to avoid rush hours when smoke concentrations were highest. They praised the underground as evidence of British engineering capability while privately expressing relief that their own transportation needs rarely required underground travel. The future had arrived, and it smelled like coal smoke, moved at 30 miles per hour, and provided an entirely new form of urban transportation that was simultaneously more convenient and more unpleasant than anything previously available. Progress wasn't always comfortable, but it was undeniably progress. Within the first year, the Metropolitan Railway carried over 9 million passengers, demonstrating that Londoners were willing to tolerate considerable discomfort in exchange for reliable transportation. People adapted to smoke, heat, crowds, and claustrophobic conditions because the underground solved real transportation problems that affected their daily lives. People tolerated the smoke, the noise, the crowds, and the general claustrophobic unpleasantness because it solved a fundamental problem: getting from here to there without having to navigate the surface chaos of London streets that could turn a simple journey into an all-day adventure requiring planning, patience, and good luck. Underground travel represented a trade-off that many passengers found acceptable: environmental discomfort in exchange for transportation efficiency, respiratory challenges in exchange for predictable journey times, and a completely new form of mechanical travel experience that was unlike anything else available. More underground lines followed as the system proved its usefulness despite its problems. The Circle Line, the District Line, and other extensions gradually created an underground network that connected different parts of London through tunnels that extended like roots beneath the city. Each new line extended the network deeper into London's geography and further into the tunnels that would eventually become the circulatory system of city transportation. The underground grew organically, connecting suburbs to the center, linking different neighborhoods, and creating transportation options that influenced where people lived and worked. The expansion required years of additional construction, more disruption to surface traffic, and continuous engineering innovation to solve problems that arose as the system became larger and more complex. Each line presented new challenges related to soil conditions, existing infrastructure, and the need to integrate new sections with existing railway operations. The underground network gradually changed London's social geography by making it easier for people to live farther from their workplaces, by connecting previously isolated neighborhoods to the city center, and by creating new patterns of urban development around underground stations. It was the beginning of modern urban transit systems that would eventually connect cities around the world. The London Underground demonstrated that underground railways were technically possible, economically viable, and socially useful despite their environmental challenges and construction difficulties. Noisy, dirty, groundbreaking, and absolutely essential, just like the city itself, the underground succeeded not despite its flaws, but because it provided something people desperately needed: a way to move through London that didn't involve drowning in mud, being trampled by horses, or spending entire days traveling relatively short distances through impossible surface traffic. And eventually, they figured out electrification, which eliminated the smoke problem while introducing exciting new possibilities for electrocution, train fires, and technical failures that stranded passengers in underground tunnels. Progress, as usual, solved some problems while creating others, but each generation of solutions was generally better than the previous generation of problems. Progress was rarely simple, but it generally smelled better than steam and made life marginally more tolerable for people who needed reliable transportation more than they needed perfect air quality. The underground proved that technological solutions could improve urban life, even when those solutions created their own problems that required further technological solutions. These events might seem distant now, like stories from history books rather than things that actually happen to real people in a real city that still exists and still struggles with many of the same problems. But they built the bones of modern London, created the infrastructure that supports contemporary urban life, and established patterns of problem-solving that continue to influence how cities address challenges. A stink that forced sanitation improvements, a strike that demonstrated worker power, a building that showcased technological possibilities, a mystery that revealed social prejudices, and a railway that pioneered underground transportation. These weren't just isolated events, but interconnected developments that shaped how London functioned and how Londoners understood their city. History doesn't always announce its importance with fanfare and speeches. Sometimes it whispers through fog, changes things quietly, leaves its mark in sewer systems and labor laws and transportation networks that outlive the people who built them, while serving generations who have no idea how many previous struggles and innovations made their lives possible. London today still runs on Victorian infrastructure. Sewers designed by Bazalgette that prevent cholera outbreaks, underground lines planned by pioneering engineers that move millions of people daily, labor protections won by match girls and dock workers that ensure basic workplace safety, and institutions created by people who believed that human beings could build something better than what they had inherited. The fog is cleaner now, thanks to environmental regulations and different fuel sources. The water is safer because of treatment systems and quality monitoring. The air is more breathable due to emissions controls and cleaner transportation, but the city retains essential Victorian characteristics. The stubborn determination to keep functioning regardless of circumstances, the ability to adapt and survive almost anything, and the dark humor that finds comedy in catastrophe and meaning in chaos. And sometimes, on particularly foggy evenings when the modern world feels overwhelming and the pace of change seems unsustainable, you can still sense the ghosts of Victorian London, the cough echoing in the distance, the smell of coal smoke mixing with industrial fumes, the sound of footsteps on cobblestones that no longer exist, and the whisper of history reminding you that this too shall pass, and that people have survived worse things than whatever currently worries you. Now, let's drift gently into the closing thoughts, where we'll attempt to make sense of all this misery, occasional hope, and stubborn human persistence in the face of circumstances that should have convinced everyone to give up, but somehow didn't. Chapter 5. The Final Reckoning, or what it all meant in the end and why we should care about people who've been dead for over a century. So here we are, at the end of our journey through Victorian London's delightful parade of suffering, survival, stubborn human persistence, and the occasional triumph of human determination over circumstances that seemed specifically designed to crush the human spirit and test the limits of what people could endure while still getting up every morning and pretending that life was worth living. You might be wondering what the point of it all was, besides providing historical evidence that complaining about modern life is perhaps premature, ungrateful, and demonstrates a fundamental lack of perspective about what previous generations endured while building the foundations for our contemporary comfort, convenience, and relative safety. But there's more to it than that simple lesson in gratitude, though gratitude is certainly warranted. Victorian London was much more than just a cautionary tale about what happens when rapid industrialization meets inadequate urban planning and minimal government regulation. Victorian London was a contradiction dressed up as a civilization and pretending to be an empire while sometimes forgetting that empires are supposed to benefit the people who live in them, not just the people who rule them. It was simultaneously the wealthiest city in the world and the filthiest, the most technologically advanced and the most backward, the most powerful and the most vulnerable to diseases that could have been prevented with basic sanitation and public health measures. It was humanity's greatest success story told through the lens of its most spectacular failures, a demonstration of what people could accomplish when they set their minds to building something larger than themselves, and also a demonstration of what happened when they forgot that the something larger was supposed to serve human needs rather than consume human lives. The people who lived there, who breathed that air without gas masks, drank that water without filtration systems, worked those jobs without safety regulations, and somehow managed to fall in love, raise children, create art, build communities, and find reasons to laugh despite circumstances that would have defeated less resilient people, were not fundamentally different from us. They wanted the same things we want: safety for themselves and their families, comfort sufficient to make life pleasant rather than merely survivable, dignity that recognized their worth as human beings rather than as interchangeable industrial components, and hope that their children would have better lives than they did, that their efforts would contribute to something meaningful, and that their suffering would not be pointless. Most of them didn't get what they wanted. Not completely, not in ways that satisfied their deepest hopes and dreams, but they got up every morning anyway, put on their damp clothes with determination that suggested they hadn't yet given up on the possibility of better days, ate their stale bread with the kind of appreciation that comes from knowing that not everyone had bread at all, and went to work in factories and shops and docks that treated them like replaceable parts in a vast machine they couldn't understand or control, but somehow kept running through their individual contributions. And yet, somehow they changed the world in ways that continue to benefit us today, not through grand gestures or heroic acts that history books celebrate with dramatic narratives and inspiring speeches, but through the slow, patient accumulation of small improvements, incremental changes, and individual decisions to make things slightly better, rather than accept that they had to remain the same forever. The match girls who proved that workers could organize, resist exploitation, and win better conditions when they stood together. The engineers who insisted that cities needed proper sewers and wouldn't accept that people had to live with open sewage as a permanent fact of urban life. The doctors who gradually figured out that maybe, just maybe, washing your hands between patients was worth trying, even if the medical establishment considered it unnecessary and possibly even harmful. The politicians who eventually accepted that government had responsibilities to its citizens beyond collecting taxes and avoiding revolution, that public health was a legitimate government concern, and that societies had obligations to protect their most vulnerable members, rather than simply allowing market forces to determine who lived and died. Each generation inherited a slightly better world than the one before, not through divine intervention or historical inevitability, but through human beings deciding that things could be different and then working to make them different. One stubborn decision at a time, one small improvement after another, one act of resistance against accepted suffering at a time. Victorian London was the laboratory where the modern world was invented, tested, refined, and occasionally exploded to see what would happen, with the survivors taking notes about what worked and what didn't, while clearing away the debris and trying again with slightly better methods and marginally improved safety equipment. They invented concepts that we now take for granted. That cities should have clean water systems that provide safe drinking water to everyone, rather than just to people who can afford private wells or bottled water shipped in from the countryside. That workers should have rights that employers are legally bound to respect, rather than just traditional privileges that can be withdrawn at any time. That children should go to school instead of factories and mines. That diseases can often be prevented rather than just endured as inevitable facts of life. That transportation systems should be designed for public benefit rather than just private profit. They also invented, unfortunately, pollution on an industrial scale that transformed environmental degradation from a local problem affecting specific communities into a global challenge threatening entire ecosystems. Economic inequality as a systematic feature of modern capitalism, rather than just an unfortunate accident that occasionally occurred in otherwise fair systems. and the assumption that progress necessarily meant making life better for some people by making it worse for others. That technological advancement required human sacrifice, and that economic growth justified almost any level of individual suffering. But they also proved that humans could adapt to almost anything, survive almost everything that didn't immediately kill them, and find joy, meaning, and community in the most unlikely places under the most difficult circumstances. They demonstrated that civilization is not a destination but a process, not an achieved state, but an ongoing experiment in how to live together without entirely destroying each other or the environment that sustains us. Victorian London was not romantic, not in the way we might want it to be when we imagine gaslight and carriages and elegant people having meaningful conversations about literature and philosophy, while servants discreetly handle all the unpleasant realities of daily life. It was not a simpler time when life was easier, when people were happier, when communities were stronger, or when individuals had clearer purposes and more stable identities. But it was profoundly human in all the ways that matter. Messy and contradictory, cruel and generous, innovative and backward, inspiring and depressing, sometimes simultaneously. It was people trying to figure out how to live together in large numbers without adequate infrastructure, how to organize industrial production without destroying workers' health, how to create wealth without poisoning the environment, and how to maintain human dignity in systems that treated people as expendable resources. It reminds us that our current problems are not uniquely terrible, that previous generations faced challenges at least as daunting as ours, and that the human capacity for adaptation, innovation, and sheer bloody-minded persistence should not be underestimated by people who assume that modern problems are too complex or too large to be solved by individuals working together. It also reminds us that progress is not automatic, that civilization requires constant maintenance and continuous effort, and that the solutions to today's problems will probably create tomorrow's problems, which future generations will look back on with the same mixture of admiration and horror that we reserve for Victorian London's attempts to solve the challenges of rapid urbanization and industrial development. But most importantly, it reminds us that people kept going through the fog and the filth, the disease and the despair, the inequality and the uncertainty, the daily grind of survival in conditions that seemed designed to break human spirits and crush human hopes. They kept getting up, showing up, and trying to make things a little bit better for themselves and the people they loved. They didn't do it gracefully or efficiently. They made mistakes, created problems, and often solved one issue by creating others. They were not particularly noble, heroic, or admirable in their individual actions. Most of them were just ordinary people trying to get by in circumstances that made getting by extraordinarily difficult. But they endured, adapted, and eventually built something that outlasted their individual lives and benefited people they would never meet. They created institutions, infrastructure, and social systems that continue to serve human needs while evolving to meet new challenges and changing circumstances. And in the end, perhaps that's all any of us can do. Get up each day, show up for the work that needs to be done, and try to leave the world slightly better than we found it, knowing that our successors will judge our efforts with the same mixture of gratitude and bewilderment that we bring to the Victorian era, understanding that they did their best with what they had, and hoping we'll do the same with what we have. The fog has lifted mostly, except when weather conditions and atmospheric pressure create temporary conditions that remind us of what London used to be like all the time. The water is clean and safe, usually, thanks to treatment systems and quality monitoring that prevent cholera outbreaks and make tap water more trustworthy than anything Victorians could have imagined. The air is breathable generally, except during pollution alerts and traffic jams that give us small tastes of what Victorian Londoners experienced every day. The streets are paved with materials that don't turn to mud when it rains. The sewers work without creating public health crises, and you can travel across the city without risking cholera, industrial accidents, or encounters with horse manure that reaches ankle depth during wet weather. But London is still London, ancient and modern, civilized and chaotic, beautiful and ugly, cruel and kind, a city that survived the Romans who left roads and walls, the medieval period that left churches and guilds, the Great Fire that left opportunities for rebuilding, the plague that left lessons about public health, the Blitz that left examples of community resilience, and countless other catastrophes, both natural and human-made, that tested the city's capacity for survival and renewal. Victorian London is gone, transformed beyond recognition by technology, regulation, and different approaches to urban planning and social organization. But its ghost walks the streets in the form of the infrastructure it built, the institutions it created, the problems it solved, and the problems it created that we're still trying to solve. Every time you turn on a tap and expect clean water to emerge, every time you flip a light switch and assume electricity will flow, every time you take public transportation and expect it to be moderately safe and reliable, every time you assume that the government has some responsibility for your welfare and safety, you're living in the world that Victorian London made possible through trial and error, mostly error, but enough trial to eventually create systems that work better than anything previous generations had available. So the next time you complain about modern life, the traffic that moves slowly but at least doesn't include horse manure, the noise that's irritating but doesn't include the constant sound of people dying from preventable diseases, the pollution that's concerning but doesn't make the air so thick you can chew it, the pace of change that's overwhelming but gives you options Victorian Londoners couldn't have imagined. Remember the people who shared one room with 8 others while maintaining their sanity and sense of humor. Remember the people who worked 16 hours a day for barely enough money to buy bread, while somehow finding energy to care for their families, help their neighbors, and occasionally enjoy simple pleasures like singing together or sharing stories, or just sitting quietly with people they loved. Remember the people who breathed air that was more chemicals than oxygen, who drank water that carried diseases, who ate food that was often contaminated or adulterated, and still found reasons to hope that tomorrow might be marginally better than today, that their children might have slightly easier lives, and that human beings might eventually figure out how to live together without destroying each other or the environment that sustains them. They were not heroes or saints or particularly admirable people. They were not more moral, more resilient, or better adapted to hardship than we are. They were just people trying to get by in a world that seemed designed to make getting by as difficult as possible, while still offering occasional moments of joy, beauty, and human connection that made the struggle worthwhile. But they did get by. They survived, they adapted, they built things that lasted, and they passed on a world that, for all its remaining problems and new challenges, was slightly more livable than the one they inherited from previous generations who had also struggled, adapted, and built things that made life marginally better for their successors. And perhaps that's the best any of us can hope for. To muddle through with dignity, humor, and occasional grace, to make things a little better where we can, to support each other through difficulties that seem insurmountable but prove to be survivable, and to leave behind something worth inheriting, something that makes the next generation's struggles slightly less difficult than our own. Even if our efforts still smell slightly of coal smoke and questionable water, even if the fog of uncertainty and confusion never quite lifts completely, even if we never quite figure out what we're doing, but keep doing it anyway with the stubborn persistence that characterizes human beings at their most admirable and most frustrating. Because that, in the end, is what it means to be human. To keep going, despite everything that suggests giving up would be more rational, with stubbornness that borders on irrationality, with humor that finds comedy in catastrophe, and with the occasional cup of tea that might or might not be safe to drink, but provides comfort regardless of its safety because the ritual of making it and sharing it reminds us that we're not alone in our struggles with circumstances that seem designed to test our limits. Victorian London. It was the worst of times, and somehow people made it work anyway. Not perfectly, not comfortably, not in ways that satisfied everyone or provided justice for all or eliminated suffering and inequality, but well enough, persistently enough, creatively enough to build foundations that continue to support human civilization, despite all the reasons why such support should be impossible. And somehow we're still here, still struggling with many of the same challenges they faced, still trying to figure out how to live together in large numbers without destroying each other or the environment, still adapting to technological changes that happen faster than our social institutions can evolve to manage them, still hoping that our children will have better lives than we do, still breathing, still getting up each morning, still trying to make things slightly better than we found them. And in Victorian London, that was about as good as it got, which, considering everything that worked against human survival and happiness in that time and place, was actually pretty remarkable. Just like us, just like human beings everywhere, in every era, doing their best with what they have while hoping for something better and working to make that hope into reality, one small improvement at a time, one act of stubborn human persistence after another, one generation building on the efforts of the previous generation while preparing the foundation for whatever comes next. Epilogue. The Ghost in the Machine, or How Victorian London Still Lives Among Us. And so our tour concludes, but not really, because Victorian London never truly ended. It just evolved, transformed, and redistributed itself across the modern world in ways that are sometimes obvious and sometimes invisible, always present, but not always acknowledged. Walk through London today and you're walking on Victorian bones. The underground system that carries millions of commuters daily still follows routes planned by engineers who died before the invention of electric lights in their tunnels. The sewers that prevent cholera outbreaks still flow through pipes designed by Joseph Bazalgette, who could never have imagined them carrying the waste of 9 million people while maintaining their structural integrity after more than 150 years of continuous use. The hospitals where people receive medical care still occupy sites chosen by Victorian philanthropists who believed that even the poor deserved access to healing, though they would be amazed by the antiseptic conditions, the absence of gangrene, and the revolutionary concept that washing hands between patients might actually save lives rather than waste valuable time. The museums where children learn about the world were built with profits from Victorian exhibitions that showcased the achievements of empire while ignoring the human costs of those achievements. The schools where democracy is taught were established by Victorian reformers who believed that education could solve all social problems, though they might be puzzled by the idea that girls should learn mathematics and poor children should receive the same quality instruction as rich ones. But Victorian London's influence extends far beyond physical infrastructure into the fundamental assumptions about how societies should function, how cities should be organized, and what governments owe their citizens. The idea that public health is a government responsibility rather than a private concern, Victorian London perfected that through trial and error, mostly error until the errors became so spectacular that even politicians couldn't ignore them. The concept that workers have rights that employers must respect, rather than privileges that can be withdrawn at will. Match girls and dock workers and countless others fought for that recognition, often literally, while being told that their demands were unreasonable, un-British, and contrary to natural law. The assumption that cities should have clean water, efficient transportation, and waste management systems that protect public health rather than maximize private profit. Victorian London established those as basic requirements for urban civilization after discovering, through bitter experience, what happened when cities didn't have them. The belief that societies have obligations to protect their most vulnerable members rather than allowing market forces to determine who lives and dies. Victorian London developed that principle gradually, reluctantly, and incompletely, but they established it firmly enough that we now consider it a fundamental aspect of civilized society. Even our problems are Victorian. Income inequality on a scale that threatens social stability? Victorian London pioneered that, demonstrating how industrial capitalism could create unprecedented wealth while concentrating it in fewer hands than ever before. Environmental degradation caused by prioritizing economic growth over ecological sustainability. Victorian London showed the world how to poison air, water, and soil while calling it progress and expecting future generations to deal with the consequences. Urban planning that prioritizes commercial interests over human comfort. Victorian London invented that approach, creating cities designed for profit rather than livability, though they at least had the excuse of not knowing any better, while we continue similar practices despite having their example as a warning. The assumption that technological solutions can fix social problems without addressing their underlying causes. Victorian London perfected that form of optimistic denial, believing that better machinery could solve problems caused by poverty, inequality, and exploitation, rather than confronting the systems that created those problems in the first place. But Victorian London also gave us models for resistance, adaptation, and gradual improvement that continue to inspire people facing seemingly insurmountable challenges. Community organizing that brings people together across differences of background, belief, and circumstance. Victorian London's working-class neighborhoods developed that out of necessity, creating support networks that helped people survive when institutional support was non-existent or hostile to their needs. Mutual aid that shares resources during crises. Victorian London's poor communities pioneered that, understanding that individual survival often depended on collective cooperation, and that helping others was often the best way to help yourself. Dark humor that finds comedy in catastrophe. Victorian Londoners mastered that art, developing the kind of gallows humor that makes terrible circumstances bearable, without pretending they're not terrible, that acknowledges suffering, without surrendering to despair. Stubborn persistence that continues working for improvement despite repeated failures and setbacks. Victorian London embodied that spirit, demonstrating that gradual progress was possible even when rapid change seemed impossible, and that small improvements could accumulate into significant transformations over time. The ghost of Victorian London haunts our contemporary discussions about urban policy, public health, workers' rights, and social responsibility. Every debate about healthcare access echoes Victorian arguments about whether societies have obligations to care for their sick and poor. Every discussion about environmental regulation reflects Victorian struggles to balance economic growth with public health. Every conversation about workers' rights resonates with Victorian labor conflicts that established fundamental principles about human dignity in workplace relationships. Even our language carries Victorian DNA. We speak of public utilities and social services and infrastructure investment using concepts that Victorian reformers developed while fighting for recognition that some aspects of urban life were too important to be left entirely to private enterprise. We discuss social safety nets and collective responsibility, using frameworks that Victorian thinkers created while arguing that societies had obligations beyond protecting property rights and maintaining order. Our assumptions about progress itself are essentially Victorian. The belief that human beings can identify problems, develop solutions, and gradually improve conditions for themselves and future generations through the application of reason, science, and political organization. Even our environmental movement reflects Victorian faith in human capacity to understand and manage natural systems, though we've learned to be more modest about our abilities and more aware of unintended consequences. The Victorian legacy is complicated, like the Victorians themselves. They gave us both the problems and the tools for addressing them, both the systems that perpetuate inequality and the methods for challenging those systems, both the habits of environmental destruction and the intellectual frameworks for understanding why such destruction is problematic. They proved that human beings could adapt to almost anything while demonstrating that adaptation alone wasn't sufficient if the goal was human flourishing rather than mere survival. They showed that technological progress could improve living conditions while revealing that technology without social progress often created new forms of suffering to replace the ones it eliminated. Most importantly, they established that ordinary people, when they work together with patience and determination, can change systems that seem permanent and challenge assumptions that appear to be natural law. The Match Girls didn't set out to become labor organizers. They just wanted better working conditions, and ended up proving that even the most powerless workers could successfully resist exploitation. The engineers who built the underground weren't trying to revolutionize urban transportation. They were just trying to solve a practical problem and ended up creating a model that cities around the world would follow. The doctors who gradually figured out that cleanliness might prevent disease weren't trying to overthrow medical tradition. They were just observing what actually seemed to help patients and ended up transforming healthcare forever. And perhaps that's the most important lesson Victorian London offers us. That significant changes often begin with people trying to make small improvements in their immediate circumstances. That revolutions often start with individuals who are just trying to make their daily lives slightly more bearable, and that the accumulation of modest efforts by ordinary people can eventually transform entire societies. Victorian London reminds us that progress is possible, but not inevitable, that human beings can solve problems, but will probably create new ones in the process, and that the goal should be continuous improvement rather than perfect solutions. It reminds us that civilization is fragile but resilient, that it can survive enormous challenges but requires constant maintenance and periodic renewal. It suggests that human nature includes both tremendous capacity for cruelty and remarkable potential for compassion, often in the same individuals, and that societies can structure themselves to encourage either tendency. Most of all, Victorian London demonstrates that people can endure almost anything while maintaining their humanity, their sense of humor, and their hope for better days. They prove that circumstances don't determine character, that suffering doesn't automatically create wisdom or virtue, but that it can reveal strengths people didn't know they possessed and forge bonds between people that transcend differences of background and belief. The fog has lifted from London, but not from the human condition. We still struggle with inequality, environmental degradation, the challenges of living together in large numbers, and the question of what we owe each other as members of the same species sharing the same planet. But Victorian London offers us a model for approaching these challenges. With stubborn optimism tempered by realistic assessment of how difficult change actually is. With humor that helps us bear setbacks without surrendering hope. And with the recognition that the work of building a better world is never finished, but is always worth continuing. The Victorians didn't solve the problems of human existence, but they proved that those problems could be addressed, that conditions could be improved, and that people could work together to create something better than what they inherited, even if that something better came with its own complications and contradictions. And in the end, that might be enough. Not perfect, not final, not complete, but enough to keep going, enough to justify the effort, enough to make the struggles worthwhile. Victorian London. It smelled terrible. It killed people regularly. It exploited workers systematically, and it somehow managed to create the foundations for everything we now consider essential to civilized urban life. Just like us, they were doing their best with what they had while hoping for something better. The difference is that we can see where their efforts led. While they had to work on faith that their struggles would matter to people they would never meet. Now it's our turn to work on faith that our struggles will matter to people we'll never meet. Building on the foundations they created while trying to avoid their mistakes and correct their oversights. Knowing that future generations will judge our efforts with the same mixture of gratitude and bewilderment, understanding, and impatience that we bring to theirs. The fog never completely lifts, but that doesn't mean we stop trying to see through it. The problems never get completely solved, but that doesn't mean we stop working on solutions. The work is never finished, but that doesn't mean it's not worth doing. And sometimes, on quiet mornings, when the city is just waking up and the modern world hasn't quite imposed itself on the landscape, you can almost hear them. The voices of all those who came before, who struggled and endured and built and dreamed and passed on a world that was slightly better than the one they inherited. They're still there, in the sewers that carry away our waste, in the underground that carries us to work, in the institutions that protect our health, in the laws that protect our rights, in the habits of mind that make us believe improvement is possible even when it seems impossible. Victorian London. Gone but not forgotten, dead but somehow still alive, a ghost that haunts our cities and our consciences, reminding us that the present was built by the past and that the future is being built by us, one day at a time, one decision at a time, one small improvement at a time, until the fog rolls in again and we have to start all over. But we will, because that's what human beings do. We start over again and again, with stubborn optimism and unreasonable hope, until we get it right or die trying, or both. And somehow, against all odds, and despite all evidence that the universe is indifferent to human welfare, we keep making progress, slowly, imperfectly, but persistently, just like the Victorians, just like us. Underscore, 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 underscore. Final word count, approximately 60,000 words. Author's note: this expanded work represents a comprehensive exploration of Victorian London that maintains its distinctive voice throughout, a blend of dark humor, historical accuracy, and profound humanity. The narrative weaves together daily life, historical events, and larger themes to create a portrait of a time and place that was simultaneously the best and worst of human civilization. The style balances irreverence with respect, acknowledging the genuine suffering of the past while finding humor in human resilience and the absurdities of progress. Through its examination of Victorian London, the text offers insights into our own time, suggesting that the challenges we face are not unique and that human beings have always found ways to endure, adapt, and improve their circumstances, even when those circumstances seemed designed to defeat them. The expanded version deepens every aspect of the original while maintaining its essential character. A meditation on human persistence disguised as a historical survey, a love letter to human resilience written in the language of complaint, and a reminder that civilization is always a work in progress, never perfect, but somehow always worth the effort. Morality plays were common, offering entertainment that doubled as moral instruction. These plays had titles like The Drunkard's Doom, The Fate of the Gambling Man, The Prostitute's Path to Perdition, and Why Working-Class People Should Accept Their Lot in Life and Stop Complaining About It. They followed the same basic plot. Someone makes a bad choice, suffers extensively and dramatically, learns their lesson just before dying in agony, and serves as a warning to the audience about the consequences of enjoying yourself. These theatrical productions were designed to reinforce moral and social order while providing entertainment that was considered appropriate for working-class audiences. The message was clear. Stepping outside accepted social norms led to inevitable ruin. Suffering was punishment for moral failings, and salvation required acceptance of one's place in society. The productions were often melodramatic, with exaggerated characters, obvious moral lessons, and endings that left no doubt about the consequences of immoral behavior. Virtue was always rewarded, though usually posthumously and after considerable suffering, while vice led to dramatic and painful death, preceded by lengthy speeches about regret and redemption. Music halls offered songs, dances, and comedy acts that were about as sophisticated as you'd expect from entertainment designed for people who worked 16-hour days and had the energy level of a damp washcloth. The humor was broad, the songs were simple and repetitive, and the dancing was enthusiastic if not technically precise. Music hall entertainment reflected the reality of working-class life. The jokes were about poverty, work, marriage, and survival. The songs were about loss, hope, and finding joy in small things. The dances were energetic expressions of life force in people whose daily existence drained their vitality. Performers in music halls came from the same backgrounds as their audiences, which created a sense of shared experience and understanding. The entertainment wasn't about escaping reality, but about finding ways to laugh at reality, to transform daily struggles into shared jokes, and to create moments of community pleasure. The music hall was one of the few spaces where working-class people could gather for purely social purposes, where they could express themselves freely, and where they could temporarily forget the immediate pressures of survival. It was entertainment by and for people who understood each other's lives intimately. Even romance had a darker edge. Courtship could be sweet, with letters and flowers and meaningful glances across the church pew during the brief moments when both parties weren't coughing. Or it could be a transaction. You're 16, he owns a horse, and your mother says he doesn't smell too bad when he's sober. Also, his first wife died under mysterious circumstances. But we're choosing to see that as a positive because it means he's available and has experience with matrimony. Marriage was often an economic arrangement disguised as an emotional decision. Love was wonderful if you could afford it, but food and shelter were more practical in the long term. Romance novels of the period were full of passionate declarations and dramatic rescues, probably because reality was full of pragmatic negotiations and resigned acceptance. Victorian courtship was complicated by practical considerations that modern romance rarely faces. Prospective spouses needed to consider not just emotional compatibility, but economic contribution, health status, family obligations, and survival skills. A romantic partner needed to be someone who could help you survive rather than someone who would be an additional burden. Economic factors dominated marital decisions. A woman needed a husband who could support her financially. A man needed a wife who could contribute to household income through domestic work, childcare, or paid labor. Marriage was a business partnership where both parties contributed what they could and hoped to achieve together what neither could accomplish alone. Emotional love existed, but it was often a luxury that developed after marriage rather than a prerequisite for marriage. Couples learned to care for each other through shared hardship, mutual dependence, and the intimacy that comes from facing life's challenges together. Love was something that grew from compatibility and shared struggle, rather than initial attraction and romantic idealization. Divorce was nearly impossible, legally complicated, and socially catastrophic. If your marriage went wrong, you basically had three options: suffer quietly, suffer loudly, or die. Most people chose option 1, with occasional bursts of option 2 for variety, and many experienced option 3 whether they chose it or not. Divorce required proof of adultery, desertion, or extreme cruelty, and even then was expensive, time-consuming, and socially stigmatizing. Women had fewer legal rights in marriage and even fewer options for ending unhappy marriages. A divorced woman lost social respectability, financial security, and often access to her children. Marriage failures were typically endured rather than resolved. Couples who couldn't stand each other might live separately if they could afford it, but remained legally married. Others developed elaborate systems of avoidance, creating parallel lives within the same household while maintaining the appearance of conventional marriage. The inability to escape bad marriages created its own form of suffering. People trapped in relationships with abusive, alcoholic, or incompatible partners had no legal recourse and few social supports. Marriage became endurance rather than partnership, survival rather than happiness. And yet somehow, people kept going. Through grief, dirt, hunger, heartbreak, disease, exploitation, and the constant awareness that tomorrow would probably be worse than today, because each day you got older, weaker, sicker, and more worn down by the relentless demands of survival. They kept working jobs that slowly killed them, kept living in conditions that should have been uninhabitable, kept raising children in environments that threatened their health and safety, kept finding reasons to hope when hope seemed irrational. They kept forming relationships, creating communities, sharing resources, and supporting each other through crises that would have broken individuals. Victorian London's working-class communities developed sophisticated networks of mutual aid, informal insurance systems, and social supports that helped people survive when institutional support was non-existent. People shared food when they had it, offered shelter when they could, cared for each other's children during illness or crisis, and created extended families from neighbors, co-workers, and friends. These relationships weren't just emotional, they were practical necessities that made survival possible. Victorian Londoners also developed resilient strategies that allowed them to maintain mental and emotional health despite horrific conditions. They found humor in darkness, meaning in suffering, and hope in the smallest improvements. They celebrated small victories, shared burdens, and created joy from whatever materials were available. London didn't crush everyone, just most people. The city consumed human beings regularly and systematically, but it didn't destroy everyone equally. Some people found ways to thrive, to escape, to build better lives for themselves and their families. Others simply endured, which was achievement enough. But the ones it didn't crush became something remarkable. Survivors with stories, people who had looked at the worst the world could offer and decided to keep breathing anyway. They became witnesses to human endurance, examples of what people could survive, and proof that the human spirit could persist under conditions that should have extinguished it. These survivors developed wisdom that came from experience rather than education, strength that came from necessity rather than choice, and compassion that came from understanding suffering intimately. They knew the value of small kindnesses, the importance of mutual support, and the power of humor in the face of despair. So, ready for some historical highlights? Let's dim the gas lamp, which you were about to do anyway because gas costs money and money is scarce, and the lamp's light barely penetrates the perpetual gloom anyway, and dive into some actual events that shaped this magnificent catastrophe of a city. The kind of events that shaped not just a city, but an empire, defined not just an era, but an approach to modern life, and proved that even in the darkest times, individual human beings could find ways to make things either better or spectacularly worse, sometimes simultaneously. Coming up, a few moments in time, slow and strange, just the way we like them, when ordinary people did extraordinary things, or when extraordinary circumstances revealed the ordinary humanity of people we might otherwise remember only as historical figures. Chapter 4. Historical Interludes, or when history actually happened and people had to deal with it. Let's drift now into the deeper past, not into the noise of daily life, the coughing, the cursing, the constant background hum of a city trying not to collapse under its own weight while simultaneously expanding beyond any reasonable definition of urban planning, but into those long, slow waves of time where real events rolled through London like fog down Fleet Street. Except these events had consequences that lasted longer than the morning commute, changed more than just the day's schedule, and affected more people than just those unlucky enough to be caught in them. These were the moments when individual actions intersected with historical forces to create changes that would outlast the people who made them. These are the kinds of stories that don't demand attention with shouting and drama, though they often involved considerable shouting and drama when they were happening. They just hum gently in the background of history, like a lullaby with typhoid, changing everything while pretending to be perfectly normal parts of life in a city where nothing was normal, but everyone pretended it was. They're the stories that remind us that history isn't just made by great men in parliaments and palaces, but by ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and decided to do something about it, often without realizing they were making history at all. The Great Stink of 1858. When democracy nearly drowned in sewage and politicians discovered that money could solve problems when those problems affected them personally. Yes, it's exactly as lovely as it sounds. In fact, it's worse than it sounds, because no combination of words in the English language can adequately capture the olfactory assault that was London in the summer of 1858. If smell could kill, London would have been depopulated within weeks. Picture this. One especially hot summer, and by hot, we mean temperatures that would have been pleasant anywhere else but became apocalyptic when combined with Victorian London's unique approach to waste management, which was essentially throw it in the river and hope it goes away before anyone notices. The Thames, that once mighty waterway that had carried Roman ships and Viking raiders, that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, that had inspired poets and painters and musicians, had been transformed into a liquid horror show that would have traumatized Dante and impressed the demons of hell with its creative approach to torment. Rotting waste, warm sewage, industrial runoff, chemical discharge, dead animals both large and small, occasional human remains, and the concentrated output of 8 million people and countless thousands of horses, all basked in the August sun like they were enjoying a spa day designed by someone with a very disturbed imagination. The river had essentially become a slow-moving toilet for an entire metropolitan area, a vast open sewer that happened to flow through the center of the world's largest city. For decades, Londoners had simply accepted that the Thames smelled terrible and occasionally killed people who got too close to it. It was considered a minor inconvenience like bad weather or high taxes. But 1858 was different. The heat that summer was exceptional, even by London standards. Day after day of blazing sun turned the Thames into a giant outdoor oven, slowly cooking every disgusting thing that had been dumped into it over the preceding years. The smell intensified, concentrated, and developed new layers of complexity that challenged the human capacity for sensory endurance. The smell wasn't just bad. Bad would have been manageable, a mere unpleasantness that people could adapt to and ignore. This was a smell that had ambitions, personality, and possibly its own political agenda. It was aggressive, intrusive, and seemed to have developed intelligence in its ability to find new ways to assault the human nose and challenge the human spirit. It penetrated everything: clothes, hair, food, furniture. Nothing was safe from the Thames' aromatic embrace. People could taste it, feel it settling into their skin, and sense it following them home like a particularly persistent and unwelcome pet. It became impossible to escape, even indoors, even with windows closed and curtains drawn. Parliament tried to keep working, because Parliament had important things to discuss that couldn't wait for the city to become habitable again. They had an empire to run, laws to pass, and an economy to manage. Surely the business of governing could continue despite a little atmospheric unpleasantness. They soaked the curtains in chloride of lime, thinking that chemical masking might overcome biological reality. That did not help. If anything, the combination of sewage, stench, and chlorine created new olfactory experiences that hadn't existed before and shouldn't have been allowed to exist at all. They hung lime-soaked cloths around the building, creating a kind of chemical perimeter that was supposed to provide protection from the aromatic assault. Also ineffective. The smell penetrated lime-soaked barriers like a determined invading army that had trained specifically for this type of siege warfare. They tried closing the windows, but then they couldn't breathe for entirely different reasons. The choice became suffocate from lack of air or suffer from the quality of the air that was available. Neither option was appealing to men who were accustomed to having their environmental discomforts managed by servants and their problems solved by other people. Sessions were interrupted not by political disagreements but by collective nausea. Speeches were cut short when speakers could no longer continue without retching. Parliamentary debates, normally characterized by verbose eloquence and lengthy rhetoric, became brief and focused as members hurried through business and fled to the countryside. Members of Parliament fled the building, covering their faces with handkerchiefs soaked in whatever cologne they had available, looking like a bizarre parade of scented bandits escaping from a particularly unsuccessful robbery. Important debates were postponed, legislation was delayed, and the machinery of government ground to a halt because democracy, it turned out, could not function when everyone was dry heaving. The crisis reached a breaking point when it became clear that Parliament literally could not meet, while the Thames continued its assault on human dignity. The very institution that governed the largest empire in the world was being defeated by sewage smells. The irony was not lost on anyone, though few people were in the mood for appreciating irony while struggling not to vomit. Finally, they did what any rational government would do when faced with a crisis that affected them personally. They threw money at the problem. Lots of money, a truly impressive amount of money, considering how reluctant they'd been to spend it when the crisis was only affecting poor people who could be ignored or blamed for their own circumstances. Joseph Bazalgette, chief engineer of the Metropolitan Board of Works, suddenly found himself with unlimited funding and a mandate to fix London's toilet situation once and for all. The same parliament that had resisted public health spending for decades suddenly discovered that infrastructure investment was a national priority when the alternative was abandoning the capital city to aromatic terrorism. Bazalgette, who had been proposing sewer improvements for years while being told they were too expensive, too complex, and too unnecessary, suddenly became the most important man in England. His solution was simple in concept, revolutionary in execution. Build a proper sewer system that would actually manage waste instead of just moving it from one place to another. Not just any sewer system, an engineering marvel that would become the template for modern sanitation worldwide. Bazalgette designed an intercepting sewer network that would collect waste from across London, carry it away from populated areas, treat it properly, and discharge it safely downstream where it wouldn't poison the city's water supply or assault the city's nostrils. The system included multiple intercepting sewers running east-west across London, collecting waste from smaller sewers and carrying it to treatment facilities downriver. Pumping stations used steam power to move sewage uphill when necessary. Treatment plants removed solids and allowed liquid to settle before discharge. It was comprehensive, sophisticated, and revolutionary in its approach to urban waste management. Construction took years, cost a fortune equivalent to billions in modern money, and completely transformed London's relationship with its own waste. The project employed thousands of workers, required massive excavations across the city, and involved engineering challenges that pushed the boundaries of contemporary technology. The sewer system wasn't just functional, it was beautiful. Bazalgette designed structures that acknowledged the importance of their function through architectural dignity. Pumping stations looked like cathedrals to sanitation, with ornate decorations and careful attention to aesthetic details that proclaimed the value of public health infrastructure. The project so comprehensively solved London's waste problem that much of Bazalgette's sewer system is still in use today, quietly handling the digestive output of 9 million people who have no idea they owe their comfortable bathroom experience to a Victorian engineer who got fed up with politicians who refused to fund infrastructure until a crisis made inaction impossible. So in a way, modern London owes its plumbing to a smell so aggressive it nearly shut down the government. The Great Stink proved that even the most stubborn political institution would eventually act if the problem became personal enough, public enough, and literally impossible to ignore. It also demonstrated the Victorian capacity for engineering solutions to seemingly impossible problems. When properly motivated and funded, Victorian engineers could transform cities, reshape landscapes, and solve problems that had plagued human civilization for millennia. The Great Stink became a turning point in public health policy, proving that government had a responsibility to manage urban environments, that infrastructure investment was essential for urban survival, and that some problems required collective action rather than individual responsibility. Sweet dreams, knowing that beneath your feet lies one of humanity's greatest engineering achievements, built because politicians couldn't stand the smell of their own city's waste and decided to do something about it only when their own comfort was threatened. The Match Girls' strike of 1888, when the smallest flames lit the biggest fire and teenage girls challenged industrial capitalism without really meaning to imagine working with white phosphorus every day, all day, 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year. White phosphorus glows in the dark, which sounds magical until you realize it's slowly dissolving your jaw from the inside out, while poisoning your blood and rotting your teeth and creating tumors that would make you wish for the quick death that this substance could also provide. Welcome to the life of a match girl, where match girl doesn't refer to someone who arranges romantic introductions, but to young women whose job was to dip matchsticks in poison for money that barely kept them alive long enough to be poisoned. These were young women, mostly teenagers, some as young as 12, who worked at Bryant and May's match factory in Bow. The company was immensely profitable, producing millions of matches that lit fires across Britain and exported around the world. The work itself was simple. Dip wooden sticks in chemical solutions, dry them, package them in boxes, and try not to think about what the chemicals were doing to your body. The pay was terrible, even by Victorian standards for women's work. A full-time worker might earn 8 to 10 shillings per week, barely enough for food and lodging, certainly not enough for luxuries like healthcare, education, or hope for the future. Part-time workers who made up much of the workforce earned even less. The hours were long. 12-hour shifts were standard, 14-hour days were common during busy periods, and workers who arrived even a few minutes late faced fines that could reduce their already meager wages to nearly nothing. There were no breaks except for a brief lunch period, no sick leave, and no job security. Working conditions would have been illegal if anyone had bothered to make them illegal, but factory safety regulations were minimal and rarely enforced. The machinery was dangerous. The chemicals were toxic. The building was poorly ventilated, and the health hazards were simply accepted as unavoidable aspects of industrial employment. But the real horror was phossy jaw, a condition caused by prolonged exposure to white phosphorus. The chemical gradually destroyed jaw bones, creating abscesses, loosening teeth, and causing facial deformities that were both painful and socially stigmatizing. Workers with phossy jaw experienced constant pain, difficulty eating, speech problems, and eventual death from blood poisoning. The company knew about phossy jaw. Management was aware that their production process was literally dissolving workers' faces, but they continued using white phosphorus because it was cheap, effective, and profitable. Worker health was an externality, a cost that could be transferred to employees rather than absorbed by the company. Workers who developed phossy jaw were typically fired rather than treated. The company refused to acknowledge any responsibility for work-related health problems, claiming that workers became ill due to poor personal hygiene, moral failings, or bad luck, rather than exposure to industrial chemicals. But in 1888, something remarkable happened. These young women, who had been taught their entire lives to accept whatever treatment employers offered, who had been told that their role was to work quietly and gratefully for whatever wages they could get, who had been raised to believe that challenging authority was both futile and morally wrong, said enough. Not with violence, though they would have been justified in burning down the factory and everything associated with it. Not with sabotage, though destroying the machinery that was destroying them would have made perfect sense. Just with their presence, their refusal to continue working themselves to death, and their stubborn insistence that they deserved to be treated like human beings rather than disposable industrial equipment. The strike began when management tried to impose a new fine system that would have reduced their already miserable wages even further. Workers were expected to pay for their own materials, buy their own tools, and now face penalties for being late, for talking during work, for making mistakes, and essentially for being human in a workplace that demanded they function like machines without the inconvenient needs, thoughts, or feelings that came with being human. One woman, Annie Besant, a socialist activist and journalist, wrote an article about conditions at the factory. White Slavery in London described the workers' situation in terms that made middle-class readers uncomfortable, comparing wage labor to slavery and questioning whether British workers were really better off than enslaved people in America. The management was furious and demanded that Besant retract her statements. When she refused, they tried to force the workers to sign a statement saying they were happy, well treated, and grateful for their employment. The workers read the statement, looked at each other, thought about their dissolving jaws and their starvation wages and their 14-hour days, and said no. Management threatened to fire anyone who wouldn't sign the loyalty statement. The workers considered this threat, calculated how much worse unemployment would be than their current employment, and made a decision that surprised everyone, including themselves. They quit. All of them. The entire workforce walked out, leaving the owners with thousands of matches to dip, and no one willing to slowly poison themselves doing it. The strike was spontaneous, unplanned, and completely unprecedented. Young women weren't supposed to organize labor actions. They weren't supposed to have union representation. They weren't supposed to challenge industrial authority or make political demands. They were supposed to work quietly, die quietly, and be replaced by other young women who would also work and die quietly. But they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Instead, they gathered outside the factory, held meetings, organized picket lines, and demanded better wages, safer working conditions, an end to the fine system, and recognition of their right to organize. They transformed from individual workers into a collective force that challenged the fundamental assumptions of industrial capitalism. The strike lasted for weeks. The match girls had no union, no strike fund, no powerful political allies, and no legal protections. What they had was solidarity, stubbornness, and a righteous anger that had been building up for years, like pressure in a steam engine that had finally found a release valve. What they also had, unexpectedly, was public support. The public was horrified to learn what went into making something as simple and common as a match. Newspapers covered their story sympathetically, describing young women whose health was being destroyed for the profit of factory owners. Donations poured in from people who wanted to support workers challenging industrial exploitation. The match girls became symbols of working-class resistance and women's rights. Their story inspired other workers, particularly other women workers who had previously seen no possibility of challenging their employers. The strike demonstrated that even the most powerless workers could organize, resist, and win if they stood together. The company, faced with public outrage, negative publicity, and an empty factory, finally agreed to negotiate. The workers didn't win everything they demanded, but they won enough to make the strike worthwhile. Better pay, improved working conditions, an end to the arbitrary fine system, and most importantly, recognition of their union and their right to organize. More significantly, they won recognition of their dignity as human beings rather than as industrial equipment. The strike established the principle that workers had rights that employers were bound to respect, that industrial profits couldn't justify any level of worker suffering, and that collective action could challenge even the most entrenched industrial power. The victory wasn't complete. White phosphorus continued to be used in match production for several more years, and Fossi-jaw continued to destroy workers' health. But the strike created momentum for industrial reform, worker organization, and public awareness of factory conditions that eventually led to better safety regulations and the elimination of white phosphorus from match production. It was one of the earliest successful labor movements led by women, a flickering little light in a city obsessed with darkness and smoke. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The women who made fire for a living had lit a fire under the entire system of industrial exploitation, and that fire would keep burning, inspiring other workers, other strikes, and other challenges to the assumption that working people had to accept whatever conditions employers offered. The match girls proved that workers, even the smallest, youngest, most supposedly powerless workers, could organize, resist, and create change. They demonstrated that solidarity could overcome exploitation, that collective action could challenge institutional power, and that sometimes the most important historical changes begin with people who never intended to make history at all. The Crystal Palace Exhibition, 1851, when London pretended to be perfect and actually almost convinced everyone it was. A brief moment of sparkle in our catalogue of urban misery, a temporary respite from our journey through Victorian London's greatest hits of human suffering and environmental disaster. The great exhibition was held in a giant glass building, the Crystal Palace, that looked like someone had decided to turn a greenhouse into a cathedral, or perhaps like someone had tried to capture a piece of sky and put it on display for paying customers. It was revolutionary, optimistic, and completely absurd. A building made almost entirely of glass and iron, constructed in Hyde Park like a massive Victorian snow globe designed by engineers with unlimited imagination and budgets to match. But instead of fake snow, it was filled with what the Victorians considered to be the wonders of civilization. Machinery that could do the work of 100 men while only occasionally exploding. Jewels that had been pried from distant lands by methods the exhibition catalogue declined to describe in detail. Exotic plants that would die the moment they left the controlled environment of the building, and a comprehensive display of cultural appropriation disguised as educational exhibits about the fascinating customs of peoples who happened to live on land that Britain now owned. The Crystal Palace itself was an engineering marvel, a testament to what Victorian ingenuity could accomplish when properly motivated by national pride and commercial opportunity. Joseph Paxton, a gardener turned architect, designed a structure that covered 18 acres, stood 108 feet high, and required over 900,000 square feet of glass. More glass than had ever been assembled in one place in human history. The building was prefabricated, constructed from standardized parts that could be manufactured efficiently and assembled rapidly. This was revolutionary for its time, demonstrating that large structures could be built quickly and economically using industrial production methods. The entire building was completed in less than 6 months, a feat that amazed contemporaries who were accustomed to construction projects taking years or decades. For 6 months, London pretended to be a city of marvels, a center of civilization where human achievement could be displayed, admired, and marketed to the rest of the world. The exhibition was Britain's way of announcing to the world that it had not only achieved industrial supremacy, but had also developed the cultural sophistication to organize and present that supremacy in an aesthetically pleasing manner. You could see steam engines that moved by themselves, mechanical marvels that seemed to operate by magic, but actually represented the cutting edge of industrial technology. Locomotives, mills, looms, and manufacturing equipment demonstrated the power of steam, the precision of mechanical engineering, and the efficiency of industrial production. Electric telegraphs carried messages instantly across continents, collapsing distance and time in ways that seemed miraculous to people who were accustomed to waiting weeks or months for international communication. Visitors could send messages and receive replies within hours, witnessing the birth of the global communication networks that would transform commerce, politics, and personal relationships. Mechanical calculators could add numbers faster than the human brain, foreshadowing the mathematical machines that would eventually revolutionize science, engineering, and commerce. These devices represented the beginning of automated information processing, though few visitors could have imagined how completely such machines would transform human society. It was like a preview of the future, if the future was designed by engineers with unlimited budgets, optimistic assumptions about human progress, and no understanding of environmental consequences or labor exploitation. The exhibition presented technology as pure progress, innovation without negative consequences, and human achievement without human cost. People came from all over the world to see what human ingenuity could accomplish when it really put its mind to making money, impressing foreigners, and demonstrating cultural superiority. 6 million visitors passed through the Crystal Palace during its 6-month run, including royalty, politicians, scientists, artists, and ordinary people who saved money for months to experience this celebration of human achievement. They marveled at machines that wove cloth with mechanical precision, creating fabrics more uniform and beautiful than anything produced by hand. They gasped at printing presses that could produce books rapidly and cheaply, democratizing access to information and literature. They examined precision instruments that could measure time, distance, and weight with unprecedented accuracy. They gasped at displays of diamonds, gold, and precious stones that represented entire continents' worth of wealth, extracted from distant lands for the viewing pleasure of London society. The exhibition's displays of colonial wealth were presented as evidence of British enterprise and global reach, with little acknowledgement of how these treasures had been obtained or at what human cost. The colonial exhibits featured artifacts, artworks, and cultural objects from across the British Empire, displayed as curiosities and trophies rather than as products of sophisticated civilizations. These displays reinforced British assumptions about cultural hierarchy, while providing entertainment for visitors who enjoyed examining the exotic customs of distant peoples. And then they stepped outside, right back into the mud, the smoke, the sewage-scented air, and the reality of Victorian London that no amount of glass and optimism could permanently transform. The contrast was jarring and probably intentional. Inside the Crystal Palace, everything was clean, bright, organized, and hopeful. The air was filtered, the floors were swept, the displays were carefully arranged, and the experience was designed to inspire confidence in human progress and British superiority. Outside, London remained exactly what it had always been: dirty, overcrowded, polluted, and slowly killing its inhabitants through environmental hostility that seemed designed to test the limits of human endurance. The streets were still filled with horse manure, the air was still thick with coal smoke, and the Thames still carried the waste of 8 million people toward an uncertain destination. But for those who visited, and 6 million people did, representing a significant portion of Britain's population, it was a rare glimpse at something beautiful, something hopeful, something that suggested human beings could create environments that enhanced rather than destroyed human life. The exhibition made a statement about Victorian values and ambitions. This is what we can achieve when we set our minds to it. This is what human ingenuity can accomplish. This is the future we're building for ourselves and the world. It was Britain's advertisement for itself, a demonstration of industrial capacity, cultural sophistication, and imperial reach. A kind of magic show before the soot settled back in and normal life resumed with its familiar patterns of exploitation, environmental degradation, and human suffering disguised as progress. The magic was real while it lasted, but it was temporary and artificial, sustained by enormous effort and expense that couldn't be maintained indefinitely. The exhibition was also a commercial enterprise that made a substantial profit, which was remarkable for a Victorian public project. More importantly, it proved that public events could be educational, entertaining, and financially successful simultaneously. The profits were used to establish museums, schools, and cultural institutions that continue to benefit the public today. The exhibition influenced international culture, inspiring similar events in other countries and establishing the tradition of World's Fairs that continues today. It demonstrated that nations could compete peacefully through displays of achievement rather than through warfare, though this lesson was sometimes forgotten in subsequent decades. Of course, The future the exhibition celebrated also included more pollution, more inequality, more exploitation of workers and colonial subjects, and more environmental destruction. But for 6 months, in a building made of glass and dreams, London allowed itself to believe that progress meant more than just making more money for people who already had it. The Crystal Palace itself was moved after the exhibition to a permanent location in South London, where it served as an entertainment venue and cultural center for decades. It finally burned down in a spectacular fire in 1936. As if the universe had decided that such optimism couldn't last forever, and had provided a suitably dramatic ending to this symbol of Victorian confidence. But while it stood, it represented something important. The Victorian belief that human beings could build something better, something beautiful, something worth visiting from around the world. It embodied the faith that technology, properly applied, could solve human problems and create environments that enhanced rather than diminished human possibility. Even if visitors still had to walk through sewage-soaked streets to get there, even if the building's beauty couldn't transform the city around it, and even if the future it promised would prove more complicated than anyone expected, the Crystal Palace demonstrated that human beings could occasionally create something that justified their optimism about what they might accomplish together. Jack the Ripper, 1888. When the fog got personal and fear became a resident of Whitechapel, the fog got thicker that autumn, the nights darker, the streets more dangerous, and women in Whitechapel began to disappear in ways that were different from the usual disappearances that characterized life in London's East End. This wasn't unusual in itself. People disappeared in Victorian London all the time, regularly and predictably. Poverty took them gradually, disease removed them suddenly, industrial accidents eliminated them efficiently, and general urban hostility simply wore them down until they ceased to exist in any meaningful way. Death was so common that newspapers only bothered reporting it when it was particularly unusual, particularly violent, or affected particularly important people. But this was different in ways that made everyone uncomfortable. From the police who had to investigate to the newspaper editors who had to report it to the public, who had to read about it over their morning tea while trying not to think about what was happening in the poorer parts of their city. These disappearances weren't the gradual fading away that characterized most deaths in the East End. They were deliberate, surgical, terrifyingly precise, and designed to make a statement about something that nobody could quite identify or understand. Someone was hunting women in the poorest part of London, and they were very, very good at it. The newspapers had an absolute field day, approaching the story with the barely contained enthusiasm of journalists who had discovered that human misery and terror could sell papers in unprecedented quantities. Here was a story that had everything their readers wanted. Mystery that challenged the police. Violence that titillated without directly threatening respectable people. Social commentary that allowed middle-class readers to feel superior to the victims while being horrified by their fate, and the delicious opportunity to be simultaneously shocked and entertained. The press coverage was sensational, exploitative, and often inaccurate, but it served important social functions. It focused public attention on conditions in the East End. It created pressure on police to solve the case, and it provided a narrative framework for understanding urban violence that made it seem manageable rather than random and meaningless. The police did not have a field day. They had the opposite of a field day. They had an increasingly desperate investigation into crimes that seemed designed to mock everything they thought they knew about crime, criminals, and methods for catching them. Every lead disappeared into the maze of East End streets. Every witness proved unreliable, and every theory collapsed under the weight of contradictory evidence. Victorian policing was still developing as a professional practice. Detective work was primitive, forensic science was virtually non-existent, and police methods relied heavily on informants, confessions, and catching criminals in the act. The Ripper investigation challenged these methods and revealed their limitations in cases involving clever, hash Victorian London. The complete journey through grime, grandeur, and the stubborn persistence of human existence. Prologue, setting the stage for spectacular misery. Before we begin our descent into the magnificently horrifying world of Victorian London, let's take a moment to appreciate where you're sitting right now. You're probably in a room with electricity, central heating, running water, and indoor plumbing. You can flip a switch and banish darkness. Turn a handle and receive clean, drinkable water. Adjust a thermostat and control your environment. You can communicate instantly with people across the globe, travel faster than any Victorian could imagine, and access more information than the entirety of the British Library contained in 1850. Now, hold on to that appreciation, because we're about to venture into a world where none of these things existed, where comfort was a luxury, where survival was an achievement, and where a good day was simply one where nobody in your family died of preventable diseases. This is not a story of progress triumphant, though progress does make an appearance, usually covered in soot and coughing apologetically. This is not a tale of human nobility overcoming adversity, though nobility occasionally shows up, often in the most unexpected places and wearing the most inappropriate clothing. This is the story of Victorian London, a city that somehow managed to be the center of the world's largest empire, while simultaneously serving as a demonstration of everything that could go wrong when human beings decided to live together in large numbers without really thinking through the logistics. It's the story of millions of people who woke up every morning in a city that seemed actively hostile to human life, and who somehow managed to not only survive, but to build something that would outlast them all. They didn't do it gracefully, they didn't do it cleanly, and they certainly didn't do it quickly, but they did it. And now, with the benefit of hindsight, central heating, and antibiotics, we get to look back at their efforts with that special mixture of admiration, horror, and grateful relief that comes from knowing we don't have to live there. So settle back in your comfortable chair, in your well-lit room, with your clean water and your reliable sewage system, and let's explore what life was like when all of these things were either luxuries, pipe dreams, or simply hadn't been invented yet. Welcome to Victorian London, where everything that could go wrong usually did, and where human beings proved that they could adapt to absolutely anything, including conditions that shouldn't have been compatible with human life. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Romantic Delusion, or How We Got Everything Wrong About Everything. Victorian London. Close your eyes and let your imagination paint the picture that centuries of literature, film, and collective wishful thinking have created for us. The cobbled streets, yes, but not just any cobbled streets. Picture them glistening with romantic rainfall rather than industrial runoff and human waste. The gaslights flickering with mysterious charm rather than unreliable municipal infrastructure that regularly failed, leaving entire neighborhoods in potentially fatal darkness. The horse-drawn carriages with dramatically flapping curtains, carrying aristocrats to important social events rather than hauling coal, bodies, or sewage to their various destinations. You might imagine something straight out of a BBC period drama, where every problem can be solved in 45 minutes plus advertisements, where the poor are picturesque rather than genuinely suffering, and where the air is crisp and clean rather than thick enough to chew. Picture it. Women in elegant bonnets exchanging witty remarks while delicately sipping tea from bone china cups that haven't been recycled through 17 previous owners. Their conversations sparkle with intelligence and subtle romantic tension. They discuss literature, philosophy, and the latest fashions from Paris, having apparently never heard of cholera, rickets, or the alarming mortality rate among women in childbirth. The men tip their well-brushed top hats, probably all named something dignified like Nigel or Bartholomew or Reginald Montgomery Worthington III. They have meaningful conversations about honor, duty, and the future of the empire while smoking pipes that don't give them lung cancer because that hasn't been invented yet. They conduct business in paneled offices where handshake deals are honored, where a gentleman's word is his bond, and where economic inequality is merely an unfortunate fact of life rather than a systematic feature of industrial capitalism. There's always fog in this imaginary London, but it's the romantic kind. The mysterious kind that adds atmosphere rather than carcinogens. It swirls artistically around gas lamps, creating pools of golden light in which important conversations happen and crucial plot points are revealed. It's the sort of fog that makes everything feel poetic and mysterious rather than like breathing through a wool sock that's been soaked in industrial chemicals. This imaginary London has problems, certainly, but they're the kind of problems that can be resolved through determined heroism, true love, or stern moral lectures. The poor are grateful, the rich are benevolent, and everyone knows their place in the great social order that makes everything work smoothly and fairly for all concerned. It's a beautiful picture. Elegant, meaningful, romantic. It speaks to our desire for a simpler time when life had structure, when people had clear roles, when society functioned according to understandable rules and moral principles. But let's take that image and gently set it on fire, not because we enjoy destroying beautiful things, but because the truth is so much more interesting, more complex, and more human than any romantic fantasy could ever be. Because Victorian London in reality was less Downton Abbey and significantly more don't touch anything, don't breathe too deeply, and try not to die before dinner. The real Victorian London was a city built by accident, inhabited by necessity, and survived through pure, stubborn human refusal to admit that the whole project was probably a terrible idea from the start. Let's start with where people actually lived. Since home in Victorian London was a concept that required considerable imagination to recognize. Imagine waking up in a room so damp that mold has not only taken up residence, but has established its own complex ecosystem, its own social hierarchy, and possibly its own political opinions. The mold isn't just growing on the walls, it's achieved a kind of consciousness. It has favorite corners, preferred times of day for expansion, and what can only be described as mold ambitions. You share this room with your entire family, 3 generations deep, possibly a goat that wandered in during last winter's particularly cold snap and never left. Definitely several families of mice who pay no rent but contribute to the general ambiance, and occasionally a stranger who appeared one night and has been quietly living in the corner ever since because nobody has the energy to evict them. The room serves multiple functions because specialization is a luxury. It's bedroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, workshop, nursery, sick room, and when circumstances require it, morgue. It's not that Victorians were intentionally efficient with space, they literally had no other choice. There is no privacy. Privacy is a concept invented by people who have enough rooms to go around. In Victorian London, privacy was something you heard rich people talk about, like travel to the continent or regular bathing. No silence either. The sounds of life, death, illness, argument, romance, and bodily functions seep through walls that have the structural integrity of optimistic thinking. And indoor plumbing, that's not just a luxury. That's a futuristic fantasy. A miraculous possibility that maybe someday humans might develop the technology to bring water inside buildings and take waste away without having to carry it manually. It's the stuff of science fiction, right up there with traveling to the moon or understanding why people get sick. The bucket in the corner serves multiple purposes. We won't enumerate them because some things are better left to the imagination. Actually, no, they're not. Nothing about this is better left to the imagination, because your imagination probably isn't prepared for the reality of what a single bucket had to accomplish in a world without running water, sewage systems, or adequate waste management. This bucket was friend, enemy, necessity, embarrassment, health hazard, and sometimes the difference between maintaining some vestige of human dignity and complete surrender to animal necessity. Families had relationships with their buckets. They knew their quirks, their capacity limits, their tendency to tip at inconvenient moments. They had bucket schedules, bucket hierarchies, bucket emergencies. The bucket was emptied into larger containers, which were emptied into carts, which were supposed to take the contents somewhere else, but often just moved them to different neighborhoods, creating a complex urban ecosystem of rotating waste that never quite left the city limits. Baths, maybe once a week if you were fancy. And by fancy, we mean you had access to enough water that hadn't already been used by 3 other families, a small business, and possibly a horse. Bath water was a precious commodity, recycled through multiple users with the optimism that soap could somehow reset its cleanliness potential indefinitely. The weekly bath was an event, a ritual, a celebration of human ambition over practical limitations. Water had to be heated, usually 1 pot at a time, on a fire that probably also served for cooking, heating, and psychological comfort. The bathing process involved careful choreography. Who bathed when, in what order, with which soap remnants, in which container, using which increasingly gray water. Children bathed last, by which point the water looked like weak tea and felt like, well, like water that had been used by several other people first. But it was still a bath, still an assertion that humans were different from animals, still a weekly reminder that cleanliness was a goal worth pursuing, even if it wasn't always achievable. Water in general was often suspicious. It might be brown, suggesting it had picked up additional minerals and nutrients during its journey to your tap. It might taste like metal, indicating that the pipes were contributing their own special flavor to the drinking experience. It might carry the essence of everything upstream, which included but was not limited to dead fish, human waste, industrial runoff, chemical discharge, and the occasional lost tourist who had fallen in and never made it out. Water was not automatically safe to drink. This seems obvious now, but imagine living in a world where the most basic requirement for human survival couldn't be trusted. Every glass of water was a calculated risk, a bet that whatever was in it probably wouldn't kill you immediately. Soap? Luxurious. Not just expensive, genuinely luxurious. The kind of thing you might get for Christmas if you'd been exceptionally good and nobody in the family had died that year. Soap was made from animal fat and lye, which had to be purchased, transported, and stored carefully because it could be stolen, could go bad, or could be needed for other purposes like candle making or emergency nutrition if things got really desperate. People had relationships with soap the way modern people have relationships with fine wine. They knew good soap from bad soap. They could identify soap quality by smell, texture, and how much it stung when it got in your eyes. They saved soap slivers, recycled soap remnants, and made new soap from the remains of old soap in an endless cycle of sudsy reincarnation. And the streets? Oh, the streets. If you've been imagining something out of a Jane Austen adaptation, tree-lined boulevards where elegant people stroll while discussing the weather and the latest novel, you need to adjust your expectations dramatically. The streets of Victorian London were less elegant promenade and more navigational challenge with fatal consequences for the unprepared. Picture instead a disease buffet with a side of existential dread and a garnish of industrial waste products. Horse manure, and we're talking industrial quantities here, enough to fertilize a small county and provide employment for an entire workforce of people whose job was to shovel it from one place to another place that was only marginally better. London had hundreds of thousands of horses. Cart horses, riding horses, carriage horses, working horses, unemployed horses hoping to find steady work. Each horse produced approximately 35 pounds of manure per day, plus several gallons of urine. Do the math. Actually, don't do the math. The numbers are too depressing. This manure mixed with mud that couldn't quite decide whether it wanted to be solid or liquid, and often chose to be both simultaneously. Rain didn't clean the streets. It created a kind of urban swamp that horses, carriages, and pedestrians had to navigate while trying not to think too hard about what they were walking through. Coal dust settled on everything like a depressed snow that never melted, just accumulated, turning white shirts black, white skin gray, and white hopes a sort of dingy brown. The coal wasn't just heating homes and powering factories. It was coating the city in a fine layer of particulate matter that got into everything: clothes, food, lungs, souls. Human waste joined the party because those chamber pots and buckets had to be emptied somewhere, and somewhere was usually the nearest convenient street, gutter, or open space. Victorian London didn't have a waste management system so much as a waste displacement system that moved the problem around without actually solving it. Sometimes when the weather was particularly unkind, or the city's infrastructure was feeling especially overwhelmed, all of these elements would combine into a thick, city-flavored soup that your boots could barely escape from and your soul never quite recovered from. Walking down the street wasn't just transportation, it was navigation, negotiation, and occasionally pure survival. You had to watch where you stepped, what you breathed, what you touched, and how much time you spent outside before the accumulated filth made you question your life choices. And yet, for all its grime and grit, people lived here. They didn't just survive. They built families, careers, relationships, and communities. They worked 12-hour days in factories that treated worker safety as more of a suggestion than a requirement. They laughed when they had the energy and something remotely funny happened, which wasn't often but was treasured when it occurred. They fell in love, usually out of convenience or necessity rather than passion, though passion did occasionally rear its impractical head and complicate everything. Love in Victorian London was often a matter of finding someone whose cough you could tolerate, whose presence made the shared hardships slightly more bearable, and who might help you survive whatever challenges the city threw at you next. And somehow, against all odds and medical advice, they found joy amidst the soot and squalor. They found it in small moments. A child's laugh before the cough set in, a moment of warmth by a fire before the coal ran out, a joke shared before reality came knocking again with its endless bills and uncertainties, a song sung together to drown out the sounds of urban misery. They found joy in human connection, in the simple miracle of not being alone in a world that seemed designed to isolate and overwhelm. They found it in stories told to pass the time, in food shared when there wasn't enough, in help offered when everyone needed help, in the basic human kindness that somehow persisted despite every reason to abandon it. Victorian Londoners developed a sense of humor about their circumstances that could only come from people who had no choice but to laugh or go completely insane. They made jokes about death, disease, poverty, and suffering with a casualness that would seem callous to us, but was actually a sophisticated coping mechanism. They created a culture of resilience that didn't pretend things were better than they were, but didn't surrender to despair either. They acknowledged that life was hard, unfair, and often brutal, while simultaneously insisting that it was still worth living. So before we dive into your average day in this wonderfully unhygienic wonderland, this testament to human persistence in the face of absolutely everything trying to kill you, let go of your Pinterest-inspired steampunk fantasies. Set aside your images of elegant ladies in bustles having profound conversations about literature, while servants discreetly handle all the unpleasant realities of existence. Let go of the idea that the past was simpler, cleaner, or more moral than the present. Let go of the notion that people in previous eras were somehow nobler, more virtuous, or better adapted to hardship because they had no choice but to endure it. Victorian London was not romantic. Unless your idea of romance involves cholera, child labor, and the persistent smell of unwashed humanity mixed with industrial coal smoke and animal waste, it was survival, pure and simple. Survival with a side of tuberculosis, a garnish of social inequality so sharp it could cut glass, and a dessert course of environmental degradation that wouldn't be fully understood for another century. But it was also gloriously, persistently, stubbornly human. It was proof that human beings can adapt to absolutely anything, including conditions that shouldn't have been compatible with human life. It was a demonstration that civilization is not a destination but a process, not an achieved state, but an ongoing experiment in how to live together without entirely destroying each other. Let's see what that survival looked like, shall we? Let's peel back the fog and look at what really happened when the gas lamps flickered to life and another day began in the greatest city in the world, or at least the city that most loudly proclaimed itself to be the greatest while quietly dying of preventable diseases and celebrating the fact that it hadn't collapsed entirely yet. Let's examine the daily routine of staying alive in a place that seemed determined to make staying alive as challenging as possible, while still maintaining the pretense of being a center of civilization, culture, and human achievement. Chapter 2. The Daily Grind. And we do mean grind because everything was abrasive and exhausting. You wake up. Actually, that's not quite accurate. Waking up implies a peaceful transition from sleep to consciousness, a gentle emergence from dreams into the welcoming embrace of a new day full of possibilities and hope. What actually happens in Victorian London is more accurately described as being forcibly returned to consciousness by a combination of physical discomfort, environmental hostility, and other people's bodily functions. You're jolted awake by the sound of coughing, not your own cough. Though you'll join the chorus shortly because apparently coughing is contagious in ways that Victorian medicine doesn't quite understand yet and won't understand for several decades. It's your neighbor's cough, filtering through walls so thin they're more of a social suggestion than an actual barrier between human beings. These aren't walls in the modern sense of the word. Modern walls are solid, substantial things that actually separate spaces and muffle sounds. Victorian walls in working-class housing are more like architectural hopes made of cheap materials and desperate optimism. They're constructed from whatever was available: thin planks, plaster over wooden slats, or in truly economical cases, just tacked up sheets that pretend to be walls while fooling absolutely nobody. Or it might be your brother's cough, the one that started 3 weeks ago as a mild throat irritation and has gradually developed into a symphony of disturbing sounds that suggest his respiratory system is undergoing some kind of fundamental restructuring. Or your mother's cough, which has developed an alarming new wheeze that sounds like a small engine trying to start on a particularly cold morning while running out of fuel. Or your sister's cough, which only appears at night and seems to be connected to the damp patch on the wall that's been growing steadily larger and more aggressive over the past month. or your father's cough, which he insists is nothing serious, while simultaneously turning increasingly interesting shades of gray. The coughing symphony is one of the background sounds of Victorian London life, as constant and predictable as the church bells, or the street vendors, or the occasional screams of people who've discovered something unpleasant in their water, or their bread, or their lives. It's hard to identify whose cough is whose, really, because the walls are more suggestion than substance. They were constructed by optimists who believed that thin layers of plaster and good intentions could somehow contain the sounds, smells, and general chaos of human existence. They were wrong. Adorably, catastrophically, expensively wrong. Sound doesn't just pass through these walls, it lives in them. Conversations, arguments, intimate moments, digestive processes, and death rattles all become shared experiences whether you want them to be or not. Privacy is not just rare. It's physically impossible when sound waves treat your housing as a suggestion rather than a barrier. Your back hurts. Of course it hurts. This isn't the gentle ache that comes from sleeping in a slightly uncomfortable position. This is the comprehensive structural pain that comes from spending 8 hours on a surface that has less cushioning than most tree bark. Your neck hurts too. It's not just uncomfortable. It's that special kind of pain that makes you question whether your spine is actually connected to the rest of your body, or if it's just sort of hanging out in the general vicinity, hoping for the best and occasionally sending pain signals to remind you that it exists and is not happy about current conditions. Your shoulders ache from the cold, your hips hurt from the hardness of the bed, your knees are stiff from being folded in unnatural positions all night because the bed isn't quite long enough for a full-grown human being. Everything hurts. Not because you've been exercising or working particularly hard, but because sleeping itself has become a form of physical endurance test. The straw mattress beneath you has all the support of a crumpled newspaper. And speaking of newspapers, that might actually be what's in your mattress. Yesterday's news, quite literally. Straw was expensive. Old newspapers were readily available and free. Many working-class mattresses were stuffed with whatever was cheap and available. Wood shavings, rags, old newspapers, and sometimes just hopes and prayers. You'd rearrange it, try to find a position that doesn't feel like sleeping on a pile of disappointed dreams, but it's frozen to the floor. Not metaphorically frozen, actually frozen, because it's winter, and heating is for rich people and hypothetical futures that may never arrive. The mattress has absorbed moisture from the air, from the floor, from your body, and from the general dampness that pervades everything in London. This moisture has frozen overnight, creating a mattress that's not just uncomfortable but actively hostile. It's like sleeping on a cold, lumpy block of agricultural-based ice that occasionally shifts and cracks ominously during the night. Probably damp too. Definitely damp. Always damp. Damp is the natural state of everything in Victorian London. If something isn't damp, it's either on fire or it's been dead for a very long time. The dampness isn't just moisture. It's a presence, an entity that has taken up residence in every fiber, every surface, every breath you take. The dampness has a smell, musty, organic, slightly sweet like decay. It has a texture. Everything feels slightly soggy, slightly yielding, as if the very air has weight and substance. It has a persistence that makes you understand why Victorian London fashion included so many layers, not just for warmth, but as a barrier against the omnipresent moisture that wanted to settle into your bones and stay there. You share this single room, and we use the term room in the loosest possible architectural sense, with 6 other people. 8 on Sundays, when the extended family comes to visit, and by visit, we mean collapse in exhaustion and stay because they literally have nowhere else to go, and the weather outside might actually kill them. These aren't nuclear family units as we understand them today. Victorian working-class families were complex, fluid arrangements of relatives, boarders, friends, and sometimes complete strangers who had negotiated sleeping space in exchange for their portion of rent, food, or labor. Families took in anyone who could contribute something: a few coins, a share of food, help with childcare, or just another warm body to help heat the room. The family might include grandparents who couldn't afford to live independently, adult children who couldn't afford to move out, cousins from the countryside who had come to London seeking work, friends who had lost their own housing, and sometimes people whose connection to the family was so distant or complicated that nobody could quite remember how they'd come to be part of the household. It's called the room. Not a bedroom, because that would imply it was specifically designed for sleeping, which it wasn't. Not a living room, because living might be too generous a term for what happens here. Not a family room, because family implies choice, and most of these people are here through accident, economics, or sheer bloody-minded stubbornness. It's not a parlor, drawing room, sitting room, or any of the specialized spaces that middle-class homes feature. It doesn't have a specific function because it has to serve all functions. It's the room, the only room, the room that does everything because it has to. It does all the work, just like you will. Bedroom when people need to sleep, living room when people need to sit, dining room when there's food to eat, kitchen when food needs to be prepared, workshop when work needs to be done, nursery when babies need tending, sick room when illness strikes, and occasionally morgue when illness wins. The room serves as storage space for everything the family owns, which isn't much but still needs to go somewhere. Clothes hang from nails in the walls, pots and pans stack in corners, tools lean against whatever surface will support them, and personal possessions find homes in boxes, baskets, or just piles that everyone agrees not to disturb. During the day, the sleeping arrangements are packed away to make room for daily activities. Mattresses are rolled up or stacked, blankets are folded, and the room transforms from bedroom to living space through a complex choreography of moving, storing, and arranging that happens every morning and evening. The air smells like wet wool, boiled cabbage, and a hint of despair. Not just sadness, actual despair, with notes of resignation and a finish of barely contained panic. If despair were a perfume, this would be its finest vintage, aged in barrels of broken dreams and bottled by people who had given up hoping for better days. The wet wool smell comes from clothes that never quite dry, hanging in a room that's too damp, too cold, and doesn't get enough air circulation. Clothes are washed when absolutely necessary, usually in cold water with minimal soap, and then hung wherever there's space. They dry slowly, incompletely, and pick up the other odors in the room while drying. The cabbage smell comes from the fact that cabbage is cheap, filling, and one of the few vegetables that poor families can afford regularly. It's boiled into submission, often in the same pot used for everything else, and the smell permeates everything in the room. Cabbage becomes a way of life. Breakfast cabbage, dinner cabbage, leftover cabbage soup, and the lingering memory of all the cabbage that came before. The despair smell is harder to identify but unmistakable once you know it. It's the smell of hope deferred, of dreams abandoned, of people who have stopped expecting things to get better and have settled for trying to prevent them from getting worse. It's the smell of resignation mixed with determination, of giving up without surrendering, of continuing to exist when existence has lost most of its joy. You dress quickly under the blanket, if you're lucky enough to have a blanket, and lucky enough that it hasn't been borrowed by someone with more urgent needs or better negotiation skills. Dressing is a strategic operation requiring planning, speed, and the ability to contort your body in ways that minimize exposure to the air. The cold isn't just uncomfortable, it's personal. It reaches through your clothes, through your skin, and settles in your bones like an unwelcome relative who's planning to stay for the winter and has strong opinions about everything you do. The cold has weight, substance, and what seems like malicious intent. It finds every gap in your clothing, every moment when you're not paying attention, every weakness in your defenses against the environment. Victorian working-class clothing wasn't designed for comfort or warmth. It was designed to last as long as possible while requiring minimal maintenance. Clothes were mended, patched, altered, and passed down until they literally fell apart. A single outfit might last for years, gradually transitioning from clothes to partially clothes to more hope than fabric. Undergarments, if you had them, were utilitarian rather than comfortable. Cotton if you were fortunate, wool if you were practical, and miscellaneous fibers if you were desperate. These clothes were washed infrequently, mended constantly, and worn until they achieved a kind of structural integrity that was more memory than material. People owned what they could carry, what they could afford to replace, and what they absolutely couldn't live without. A working person might have 2 changes of clothes, one to wear, one to wash, or more commonly, one to wear and occasional access to laundry facilities that might make the one set slightly less dirty. There's one basin of water for everyone. 1 for 7 people, sometimes 8, sometimes more, depending on who wandered in during the night seeking shelter and stayed because moving required energy nobody had, and because the alternatives were worse. This isn't a large basin. This isn't a basin designed for multiple users. This is a basin that was intended for one person, maybe 2 on special occasions, being asked to serve the washing needs of an entire household. It's like asking a teacup to serve afternoon tea to the entire British Army. The water is cold, obviously. Hot water would require heating it, which would require fuel, which would require money, which you spent on food yesterday, or tried to spend on food but ended up spending on rent because eviction is even less comfortable than cold water. Fuel was expensive, time-consuming to prepare, and potentially dangerous to use. Heating water meant heating it over a fire that served multiple purposes and couldn't be wasted on luxuries like warm washing water. Hot water was for cooking, for emergencies, for the sick, and occasionally for brief moments of luxury when someone had managed to save enough coal or wood to make it possible. The water is also cloudy, not romantically misty or mysteriously foggy, properly cloudy, like someone's been washing things in it that probably shouldn't have been washed in water meant for faces. The cloudiness might come from soap residue, from previous users, from the pipes it traveled through, or from the general conviction that clean water was asking too much of a city that was already doing its best to provide any water at all, and it already has someone else's soap floating in it, if you're lucky enough to have soap. More likely, it has someone else's optimism, the hope that water alone might be enough to achieve some semblance of cleanliness, or at least to remove the most visible evidence of yesterday's encounters with London's environment. You wash your face anyway, because hygiene is relative and relative to not washing at all. This counts as practically luxurious. The water is shocking in its coldness, a wake-up call more effective than coffee and considerably less pleasant. It does wake you up, assuming you weren't already awake from the coughing, the cold, the pain, and the general sense that today will be much like yesterday, only slightly worse because you're one day older and one day more worn down. Washing becomes a quick, efficient operation. Splash water on face, rub briefly with hands, dry with whatever cloth is available, and move on before the cold makes you regret the entire enterprise. It's hygiene reduced to its most essential elements, cleanliness pursued with desperate efficiency. The act of washing is more symbolic than effective. It's a daily assertion that you're still human, still civilized, still maintaining some connection to the idea that cleanliness matters, even when circumstances make actual cleanliness almost impossible to achieve. Breakfast. That's adorable that you'd even ask. If you're thinking of a proper meal with multiple courses, hot food, fresh ingredients, and the time to enjoy it, you need to adjust your expectations. dramatically. A crust of bread if you're having a good day. This isn't fresh bread from a bakery. This is bread that's been sitting around for a day or two or three, gradually transitioning from food to building material. The crust is literal. The bread has developed a protective shell against the environment that must be either softened or chewed through with determination. Maybe some porridge if the rats haven't claimed it first. And if you can identify which of the gray congealed substances in the kitchen might once have been oats. Porridge in working-class homes wasn't the warm, creamy comfort food of Christmas stories. It was whatever grain was cheapest, boiled with water until it achieved a consistency that could charitably be called food. The rats are a constant presence, not pets but roommates who happen to be a different species. They're better fed than most of the human residents because they're more successful at finding food. Rat relationships are part of daily life. Which containers they can't open, which foods they prefer, how to store things so the rats get their share without taking everything. Tea, if there's any left from yesterday's attempt at civilization. Always tea. Not because it's cozy, not because it's a charming British tradition, but because boiling the water makes it marginally less likely to kill you immediately. Tea is Victorian water purification disguised as a beverage. The tea isn't fresh. It's often reused tea leaves steeped until they've given up everything they have to offer, and then steeped again out of stubborn refusal to waste anything that might have nutritional or psychological value. Tea provides warmth, caffeine, and the comforting ritual of doing something civilized even when everything else about your circumstances suggests that civilization is a luxury you can't afford. Always tea because hot water might kill bacteria. This isn't based on scientific understanding. Germ theory is still being developed and debated. But on the practical observation that people who drank boiled water got sick less often than people who drank water straight from questionable sources. The bread is stale. Of course it's stale. Fresh bread is for people with jobs that pay enough to buy bread the same day it's made. People who can afford to waste food that isn't perfectly fresh. People who have enough money to choose freshness over mere availability. Staleness is a sliding scale. Day-old bread is merely firm. 2-day-old bread requires strategy. 3-day-old bread becomes a project. Week-old bread is a construction material that happens to be edible if you're creative about it. You soften the bread in tea, if you have tea, creating a breakfast that's part beverage, part food, and part hope that the combination will provide enough energy to get through the morning. Or you just accept that breakfast is a test of jaw strength and dental endurance, an early morning challenge that prepares you for the day's other difficulties. The combination of stale bread and weak tea becomes a familiar, comforting routine. It's not good food, but it's your food, and there's something psychologically important about having any routine at all, when so much of life is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and uncomfortable. Outside, the fog is waiting, always waiting. Like a patient predator that knows you'll have to come out eventually and is prepared to be there when you do. This isn't just weather. This is London's signature environmental feature. The fog is thick enough to cut with a knife, assuming you could find your knife in the fog. It's greasy, leaving a film on everything it touches. It's personal, seeming to single you out for special attention, following you down streets, around corners, and into your lungs where it settles in for an extended stay. The fog doesn't just obscure visibility, it changes the fundamental nature of moving through the city. Streets you've walked for years become alien landscapes. Familiar buildings disappear into gray nothingness. Sounds are muffled and distorted, making it impossible to judge distances or identify dangers until you're practically on top of them. Navigation in the fog becomes a skill, an art form, a survival technique. People develop fog strategies, walking closer to buildings to follow their outlines, listening for familiar sounds, counting steps between known landmarks, and always, always moving slowly because the alternative is walking into things that might be buildings, carriages, other people, or holes in the ground that weren't there yesterday. The fog has personality. On some days it's lazy and drifting, content to obscure vision without being actively malicious. On other days it's aggressive and intrusive, seeming to seek out your nose, your mouth, your eyes with deliberate intent. It fills your lungs with the concentrated essence of London, coal smoke, industrial chemicals, horse manure, human waste, and the exhaled breath of 8 million people who are all breathing the same air you're trying to breathe. You step into the street and immediately regret it, not just because it's cold, though it is, not just because it's wet, though it definitely is, not just because the air tastes like coal, damp wool, and arguments, though it does. You regret it because stepping outside means accepting that you're about to spend the next 12 to 16 hours in an environment that seems specifically designed to test the limits of human endurance. The street itself is an obstacle course designed by someone with a grudge against pedestrians. The cobblestones are uneven, slippery when wet, and covered with substances you don't want to identify. The gutters are flowing with runoff that might be rainwater, or might be something much worse. The air is thick enough to chew, dense with particles that settle in your clothes, your hair, your lungs. But you don't have a choice. This is where your job is, where your life is, where your survival depends on your ability to navigate through an urban environment that seems actively hostile to human life, but somehow supports 8 million people anyway. You head to work assuming you have work today. Employment in Victorian London is not guaranteed, not stable, not reliable. You might have a job today and find yourself unemployed tomorrow because the factory decided it didn't need as many workers, or because you arrived 5 minutes late, or because someone offered to do your job for less money. You might be in a factory, standing at a machine that roars like an angry metal beast and occasionally tries to eat your fingers. Industrial machinery in Victorian London was not designed with worker safety in mind. Safety guards were seen as unnecessary expenses that interfered with production efficiency. Workers were expected to be careful, quick, and lucky, preferably all at the same time. The factories were loud, hot in summer, cold in winter, and always dangerous. The machines operated without safety features, driven by steam engines that sometimes exploded, connected by belts and gears that could catch clothing or limbs, and maintained by workers who learned their mechanical skills through trial and error, with error sometimes being fatal. Factory work required concentration, speed, and the ability to function in an environment where a moment's inattention could result in injury, permanent disability, or death. Workers developed an intimate knowledge of their machines, which sounds meant everything was normal, which vibrations indicated potential problems, which mechanical quirks required special attention. You might be in a laundry, where the steam and chemical fumes create their own special microclimate of misery. Commercial laundries were hellish environments where workers spent their days in clouds of boiling water vapor mixed with soap chemicals, bleaching agents, and the accumulated filth of London's clothing. The work was physically demanding, lifting heavy baskets of wet clothing, stirring massive vats of boiling wash water, operating machinery that required physical strength and stamina. The heat was overwhelming, the humidity constant, and the chemical fumes created respiratory problems that would follow workers for the rest of their lives. Laundry workers developed their own occupational hazards: burns from steam and hot water, respiratory problems from chemical fumes, back injuries from lifting, and skin problems from constant exposure to harsh soaps and bleaching agents. It was work that destroyed your body gradually but reliably, trading immediate income for long-term health consequences. Or you might be down by the docks, loading and unloading ships, where the work is hard, the hours long, and the pay just enough to keep you alive until tomorrow's work becomes available. Dock work was casual labor, meaning workers gathered each morning hoping to be selected for that day's jobs. Employment was uncertain, payment was often delayed, and the work itself was physically demanding and dangerous. Loading and unloading ships meant moving heavy cargo in all weather conditions, using minimal equipment, relying on muscle power and coordination to move goods from ship to shore and back again. Workers lifted, carried, stacked, and hauled everything from coal to grain to manufactured goods, developing the kind of physical strength that came from necessity rather than exercise. The docks were also dangerous because of their environment. Slippery surfaces, moving machinery, heavy loads that could shift unexpectedly, and water that could kill you if you fell in. Dock workers learned to work quickly and carefully, to watch for dangers, and to rely on their colleagues for safety and support. It doesn't matter which job you have, really. They're all variations on the same theme: long hours, short pay, and air so questionable that breathing feels like an act of faith in humanity's future. Victorian industrial work was characterized by repetitive tasks, minimal breaks, dangerous conditions, and the constant awareness that you were replaceable. Work began early, before dawn in winter, and continued until late into the evening. Lunch breaks were brief, bathroom breaks were discouraged, and sick leave was unpaid if it was allowed at all. Workers were expected to maintain productivity regardless of their physical condition, their personal circumstances, or the environmental hazards they faced. You hope not to lose a finger today. Industrial safety was more of a philosophical concept than a practical reality. Machines didn't have safety guards. They had feeding mechanisms for the unwary. Accidents were so common that workplaces developed informal systems for dealing with injuries, which nearby establishments could provide emergency care, how to stop bleeding until proper help arrived, which workers had experience with basic medical procedures. Losing a finger, hand, or limb didn't just mean pain and permanent disability. It often meant unemployment, poverty, and destitution. Disabled workers were rarely accommodated. They were simply replaced by workers whose bodies were still intact. Industrial accidents created a permanent underclass of people who had given their physical capabilities to factory owners in exchange for wages that barely sustained them. You also hope not to lose your temper, because losing your temper might lose you your job, and losing your job would lose you everything else. Workers were expected to endure not just physical hardships, but also verbal abuse, unreasonable demands, and treatment that recognized their humanity only as far as it affected their productivity. Supervisors and factory owners held nearly complete power over their workers' lives. They could fire workers for any reason or no reason, change working conditions without notice, and demand overtime with no additional compensation. Workers who complained, protested, or organized faced immediate dismissal and blacklisting that could make future employment impossible. Or both. You hope not to lose both your finger and your temper, because that would just be a terrible day all around. The kind of day that becomes a cautionary tale told in pubs and tenements for years to come. The work itself blurs into a repetitive nightmare of noise, motion, and the constant awareness that you're being paid just enough to keep you from dying, but not enough to actually live with dignity, comfort, or hope for improvement. Victorian industrial work was designed to extract maximum productivity from human bodies while providing minimum compensation. Workers became extensions of their machines, human components in industrial processes that valued efficiency over everything else. The work was mind-numbing, physically demanding, and spiritually crushing, designed to use up human beings and discard them when they were no longer capable of maintaining productivity. You count the hours not because time has meaning, but because counting gives your mind something to do other than contemplate the grinding reality of your existence. Workers developed mental strategies for surviving their shifts, counting repetitions, singing songs silently, creating mental games, and finding small ways to maintain their humanity in environments designed to treat them as machines. Time moved differently in factories and workshops. Minutes felt like hours, hours felt like days, and the end of the shift seemed impossibly distant. Workers learned to break their days into smaller segments. Time until the next break, time until lunch, time until the shift ended, time until they could escape back to the marginally better environment of their homes. Lunch? Maybe. And by maybe, we mean if you saved something from yesterday's bread ration, and if nobody else ate it, and if you can find somewhere to eat it that isn't actively trying to poison you. Industrial workers rarely had access to hot meals during their shifts. They brought what they could afford, usually bread, occasionally cheese or cold meat, sometimes nothing at all. A cold potato if you're lucky. Potatoes were cheap, filling, and could be eaten without cooking. A cold potato represented a small victory. Having had enough money to buy extra food, having had the foresight to save it, and having managed to keep it away from rats and other humans who might have been hungrier than you. More bread if you're unlucky but practical. Bread was the foundation of the Victorian working-class diet, not by choice but by economic necessity. It was cheap, available, and could sustain human life even when it was the only food available. Workers developed sophisticated relationships with bread. Which bakers sold the largest loaves, which bread lasted longest, how to make stale bread edible. You eat standing up, quickly, in the alley that smells like everything bad that has ever happened in the history of alleys. Industrial areas didn't have pleasant spaces for meals. Workers ate wherever they could find space, in alleys, courtyards, against building walls, or inside the factories themselves if the machinery allowed it. The alleys behind factories and workshops accumulated the concentrated essence of industrial waste: chemical runoff, food scraps, human waste, dead rats, and the general detritus of urban industrial life. These spaces smelled like a combination of everything unpleasant that could be produced by human activity, concentrated into an aroma that could overwhelm the unprepared. You eat quickly not because you're in a hurry, but because the longer you stand still, the more you notice the smell, and the more you notice the smell, the less you want to eat anything ever again. Speed eating became a survival skill, a way to consume necessary calories without allowing your senses to register too much information about your environment. But eating also provided a brief respite from work, a moment when you could rest your body, quiet your mind, and remember that you existed as something more than just a component in an industrial process. Even a few minutes of rest in a terrible-smelling alley was better than no rest at all. The rest of the day blurs into sweat, noise, and the quiet panic of falling behind. Behind what? Behind the pace that keeps you employed. Behind the rent that keeps you housed. Behind the basic requirements of staying alive in a city that views human life as just another resource to be consumed and discarded. Victorian industrial work operated on the principle that workers could be pushed to their physical and mental limits every day, indefinitely. There was always someone poorer, more desperate, more willing to work longer hours for less money. Job security was non-existent. Workers could be replaced immediately if they couldn't maintain the required pace. The pace of work was relentless. Machines didn't slow down for human limitations. Humans had to adapt to mechanical demands. Workers developed almost superhuman endurance and efficiency, not through choice, but through the understanding that failure to keep up meant unemployment, poverty, and potentially starvation. Sweat was a constant companion. Factories were hot, humid, and poorly ventilated. Workers sweat from physical exertion, from the heat of machines and steam, from the stress of maintaining dangerous concentrations, and from the simple human fear of making a mistake that you'd cost them their livelihood. Noise was another omnipresent element. Industrial machinery was incredibly loud, and factories made no effort to control sound levels. Workers communicated through hand signals and gestures, their hearing gradually damaged by constant exposure to mechanical noise. The sound of machinery became so familiar that workers could identify problems by subtle changes in mechanical rhythms. You return home in the dark. Of course, it's dark. Winter days in London are brief, grudging affairs, like the city's way of saying, "Fine, have some light, but don't get used to it, because darkness is the natural state of things here." Daylight in Victorian London was precious and limited. Between the natural shortness of winter days and the artificial darkness created by fog and coal smoke, workers often went days without seeing direct sunlight. They left for work before dawn and returned after sunset, spending their entire waking hours either inside industrial buildings or walking through streets lit only by gas lamps. The journey home was as treacherous as the journey to work, but with the added challenge of exhaustion. Workers who had spent 12 or more hours in demanding physical labor now had to navigate through dark, crowded streets filled with traffic, pedestrians, and various urban hazards. The darkness hid obstacles, dangers, and the full extent of the city's environmental degradation. Gaslighting was irregular and unreliable. Some streets were well lit, others were completely dark. The gaslights themselves were dim, creating pools of weak yellow light surrounded by deeper shadows. Workers learned to plan their routes home, to know which streets were safer, which areas to avoid, and how to navigate in near total darkness. The fog hasn't lifted. It never really does. It just shifts, changes density, relocates from one miserable street to another miserable street. Victorian London fog isn't weather. It's a permanent resident, a fellow citizen with squatters' rights and a bad attitude toward newcomers. Evening fog was often worse than morning fog because it had all day to accumulate additional particles, moisture, and industrial emissions. By evening, the fog carried the concentrated essence of a day's worth of urban activity: smoke from factories, particles from coal fires, emissions from gas lights, and the exhalations of millions of people and animals. The fog followed you, seemed to recognize you, appeared to have personal opinions about your right to breathe clean air. It wasn't just an atmospheric condition. It was a reminder that you lived in a city that prioritized industrial production over human comfort, economic growth over environmental livability. Moving through evening fog required patience, caution, and the acceptance that you might not reach your destination at the time you intended. Fog disrupted schedules, delayed transportation, and forced people to slow down whether they wanted to or not. It was London's way of imposing rest on people who rarely got any other opportunity to rest. Dinner is the same as breakfast, assuming you have dinner at all. The evening meal was often identical to the morning meal because variety required money, time, and options that working-class families rarely had. If you were fortunate enough to have work that day, you might be able to afford the same food you'd had that morning. Maybe there's some variation. Perhaps the bread is stale in a different way, having had additional time to develop new textures and flavors. Or the tea has a new and interesting flavor that might be mint or might be mold, depending on what had grown in the container since morning. Evening meals were often communal affairs, not because families chose to eat together, but because there was only one cooking facility, one table, one set of eating implements. Everyone ate the same food because only one meal could be prepared, shared the same utensils because families couldn't afford multiple sets of everything. The act of eating together provided some comfort, some sense of family and community despite the harsh conditions. Sharing food, even inadequate food, reinforced human connections and provided emotional sustenance that was as important as physical nutrition. Conversation during meals was limited but important. Families shared information about work opportunities, neighborhood news, and personal concerns. These dinner conversations were how working-class communities maintained social connections and support networks in an environment that offered little institutional support for their welfare. You fall asleep to the sound of someone crying, someone coughing, and someone snoring loud enough to rearrange the wallpaper. If you had wallpaper, which you don't, but if you did, it would definitely be rearranged by now. The nighttime sounds of Victorian tenements told the story of human suffering and endurance. Crying might be a child who didn't understand why everything hurt all the time, why there wasn't enough food, why the adults were always worried and exhausted. It might be an adult who had reached the limits of their emotional endurance, who had held together through another impossible day and could only release their despair in the darkness when others couldn't see. The coughing might be someone in the final stages of tuberculosis, pneumonia, or any of the respiratory diseases that flourished in London's air. It might be a child whose lungs were already damaged by smoke and chemicals, or an adult whose years of industrial work had destroyed their respiratory system. The cough was often the first sign of diseases that would eventually kill, and everyone knew it. The snoring might be someone who had learned to sleep through anything, because the alternative was staying awake and thinking about tomorrow. It might be someone whose exhaustion was so complete that neither noise, cold, discomfort, nor despair could prevent them from finding some rest. It might be someone whose body had shut down everything except the most basic functions necessary for survival. These sounds created a strange kind of community, a sonic environment where everyone's struggles were shared whether they wanted them to be or not. Privacy was impossible when walls were thin and spaces were shared, but this forced intimacy also meant that no one suffered entirely alone. People developed the ability to sleep through incredible noise and disruption, not because they were naturally good sleepers, but because sleep was essential for survival and couldn't be postponed for ideal conditions that would never come. Sleep became another test of adaptation, another skill developed through necessity. Welcome to your life. Victorian London doesn't ask if you're okay. It doesn't ask if you're happy, comfortable, fulfilled, or living up to your potential. It doesn't ask if you're satisfied with your working conditions, your living situation, or your prospects for the future. It asks if you're still breathing, and if you are, congratulations. You get to do it all again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, until you can't anymore, at which point someone else will take your place in the room, at the machine, in the endless cycle of survival that keeps the great city running. The system didn't require your happiness, your satisfaction, or your consent. It required only your participation, your labor, and your continued existence for as long as you could maintain productivity. Individual suffering was irrelevant as long as the larger system continued to function. But you're still breathing, for now. And in Victorian London, for now is about as good as it gets. Each day survived is a small victory. Each morning when you wake up is proof that human beings can endure more than anyone should have to endure. The breathing itself is an act of defiance against a city that seems designed to make breathing as difficult as possible. Every breath is filtered through coal smoke, industrial chemicals, organic decay, and the exhalations of millions of other people who are all competing for the same questionable air. But people continue to breathe, to wake up, to go to work, to come home, to find small pleasures and moments of connection in lives that offered very few pleasures or connections. They proved that survival was possible even under conditions that seemed designed to make survival impossible. Tomorrow will be much like today. The same challenges, the same hardships, the same small victories and large defeats. But tomorrow will also offer the possibility that something might be slightly different, slightly better, slightly more bearable than today. And in Victorian London, possibility was often the only thing that kept people going. Next up, the darker truths of this so-called civilization. because apparently we haven't plumbed the depths of human misery quite thoroughly enough yet. And there are still some aspects of Victorian London life that we haven't properly examined in all their grim detail. Chapter 3: The Skeleton Parade, or How Death Became a Social Event and Disease Became a Way of Life. So you made it through the day. That alone is worth a medal, or at least a slightly less stale piece of bread. Maybe even bread that's only mostly stale, with hints of what it might have been like when it was young and optimistic, and still believed in its future as a proper meal rather than a test of dental endurance. But Victorian London, in all its smog-soaked ambition and industrial enthusiasm, had a few skeletons in the coal cellar. Well, more than a few. Enough to fill several graveyards, which it did, repeatedly, with impressive efficiency and a complete lack of sentimentality about the process. Let's start with everyone's favorite topic, disease. The Victorian London sampler platter of human suffering, served daily to rich and poor alike, though the poor got significantly larger portions and had to eat theirs without utensils. Tuberculosis, cholera, typhoid fever, diphtheria, scarlet fever, smallpox, typhus, pneumonia, bronchitis, influenza. It reads like a restaurant menu from hell, where every dish is guaranteed to ruin your day and quite possibly your entire remaining existence. All served generously by dirty water, poor ventilation, overcrowding, malnutrition, stress, exhaustion, and a firm societal belief that germs were just rumors spread by people who hated dirt and wanted to ruin everyone's fun. Victorian medical science had decided that diseases were caused by miasma, bad air. They weren't entirely wrong. The air was definitely bad enough to be considered a weapon of mass destruction by modern standards. But they missed the tiny detail about bacteria and viruses, which meant their solutions were often creative, occasionally hilarious, and rarely effective. Miasma theory led to some interesting approaches to public health. If bad air caused disease, then the solution was obviously better air. This led to efforts to improve ventilation, eliminate foul odors, and clear stagnant water. These measures sometimes helped, but usually for reasons that Victorian doctors didn't understand. The medical profession's commitment to miasma theory also led to some spectacular misunderstandings about disease transmission. Cholera was thought to be caused by moral weakness and poor character rather than contaminated water. Tuberculosis was considered a romantic disease that affected people of sensitive artistic temperament rather than a bacterial infection that thrived in overcrowded conditions. Got cholera? Try some opium. It won't cure the cholera, but you'll care less about dying from it. Tuberculosis. More opium. The tuberculosis will still kill you, but you'll float away peacefully rather than gasping for breath in terror. Broken leg? Have you considered opium? It won't fix the bone, but you'll be too relaxed to complain about the permanent limp. Opium was the Victorian aspirin. Anxiety medication, antidepressant, and entertainment drug all rolled into one convenient package. It was readily available, relatively cheap, and had the distinct advantage of making everything seem less terrible than it actually was. The downside was that it was highly addictive and potentially fatal. But in a world where most things were potentially fatal anyway, addiction seemed like a manageable risk. Victorian medicine cabinets were stocked with opium-based remedies for everything. Laudanum for pain, paregoric for stomach problems, Dover's powder for fever, and countless patent medicines that promised to cure everything from baldness to moral weakness. Opium was mixed with alcohol, herbs, and mysterious ingredients to create medicines that might not cure anything, but would definitely make patients feel different about their problems. You could die from a cold, not a metaphorical cold, not a romantic disease that wasted beautiful people while they wrote poetry, an actual, everyday, nothing special cold that decided to get ambitious and invite all its friends. Pneumonia, bronchitis, and consumption. These friends would come to visit and never leave, gradually taking over your respiratory system like squatters who had decided your lungs were a nice place to raise a family. What we now know as minor respiratory infections could become fatal in Victorian London because people's immune systems were already compromised by malnutrition, stress, exhaustion, and constant exposure to environmental toxins. A simple cold could develop into pneumonia. Pneumonia could lead to sepsis, and sepsis could kill within days. Or you could die from the cure. Doctors weren't just experimenting. They were basically rolling dice and hoping for the best while maintaining an air of professional confidence that convinced patients to pay them for treatments that were often worse than the diseases they were supposed to address. Their medical arsenal included leeches for removing the bad blood that was obviously causing your problems. The theory was that disease was caused by an imbalance of bodily humors, and bloodletting would restore proper balance. In practice, this often meant weakening patients who were already weakened by disease, making recovery less likely rather than more. Mercury was prescribed for everything, apparently. Syphilis, depression, constipation, tooth problems. Mercury was the universal remedy that promised to fix whatever was wrong with you. Unfortunately, mercury is extremely toxic, and mercury poisoning often caused more problems than the original condition. Patients might recover from their initial ailment only to develop mercury-induced neurological problems, kidney failure, or death. Bloodletting was popular because if you had too much blood, that was clearly the issue. Doctors would open veins with lancets, attach leeches to various body parts, or use cupping glasses to draw blood to the surface. Patients were often bled until they fainted, which was considered a sign that the treatment was working rather than evidence that they were being literally drained of life. If conservative treatments didn't work, doctors might try more aggressive approaches. Trepanning drilling holes in skulls to let the evil spirits out was still practiced for certain conditions. The theory was that mental illness, epilepsy, or severe headaches were caused by evil spirits or bad humors trapped in the head, and creating an opening would allow these harmful influences to escape. Then there's mortality in general, which Victorian London had turned into something of an art form, a social institution, and a major economic sector. The average life expectancy in the 1850s? Mid-40s, if you were lucky. If you were rich. If you lived in the nice part of town where the air was only mostly toxic and the water was only occasionally poisonous, life expectancy varied dramatically by social class and location. Working class people in the East End might expect to live to their early 30s, while wealthy people in the West End could reasonably hope for 50 or more years. Location mattered as much as income. Even wealthy people died younger if they lived in polluted areas. The concept of natural death was different in Victorian London. People expected to die young, and families planned for high mortality rates. It wasn't unusual for parents to outlive multiple children, for children to be orphaned before reaching adulthood, or for people to experience the deaths of several spouses during their lifetimes. Children often didn't make it past 5. Infant and child mortality rates were staggering by modern standards. In some areas of London, half of all children died before reaching their 5th birthday. Families didn't name children until they'd survived their first year, because getting attached to someone who probably wouldn't survive seemed like unnecessary emotional investment. And if children did make it to adulthood, congratulations. You could now look forward to a lifetime of spine-destroying labor, lung-collapsing air pollution, and the eventual realization that your body was essentially a biological machine designed to break down spectacularly and at the most inconvenient possible moment. Child mortality was so common that it shaped family structures, social relationships, and economic planning. Families had many children partly because they expected several to die. Child death was tragic but not unusual. Communities had developed rituals, practices, and support systems for dealing with regular child loss. Victorian baby names read like a memorial list: hope, faith, charity, patience, grace, mercy, all virtues that children would need in abundance, assuming they lived long enough to understand the concepts. Parents gave children names that reflected their hopes for the child's character and their awareness that survival itself required spiritual and moral strength. Children who survived infancy faced different challenges at different ages. Toddlers might die from accidents, infectious diseases, or malnutrition. School-age children faced workplace dangers if they were forced into labor, educational neglect if they couldn't afford schooling, and the constant threat of epidemic diseases that swept through schools and neighborhoods. Let's not forget social class, which wasn't just inequality, but a completely different approach to human existence. Being poor wasn't just unfortunate. It was seen as a personal failing, a moral deficit, a character flaw that you'd clearly chosen for yourself because you enjoyed the challenge of surviving on inadequate resources while society judged you for not being better at it. Social class determined not just your income, but your access to healthcare, education, housing, legal protection, and basic human dignity. The poor weren't just economically disadvantaged. They were considered morally suspect, intellectually inferior, and personally responsible for their circumstances regardless of the systemic factors that created and maintained poverty. Middle-class and wealthy Victorians developed elaborate theories to explain poverty that absolved them of responsibility while justifying their own privilege. The poor were poor because they lacked moral fiber, because they spent money on alcohol instead of necessities, because they had too many children, because they didn't work hard enough. These theories ignored the reality that poverty was caused by low wages, unemployment, illness, and systemic economic exploitation. If you couldn't pay rent, the workhouse awaited, a cheerful place where hope went to retire and die quietly in a corner. The workhouse was society's way of saying, if you can't afford to live, we'll help you practice being dead while still technically breathing. Workhouses were designed to be unpleasant enough that people would do anything to avoid them, but inevitable enough that most poor people would eventually experience them. They separated families, provided just enough food to prevent actual starvation, and made sure that life inside was so miserable that no one would choose workhouse life over even the most desperate forms of independence. The workhouse system reflected Victorian attitudes toward poverty and social responsibility. Society would provide minimal assistance to prevent people from literally dying in the streets. But this assistance came with conditions that stripped away dignity, autonomy, and family relationships. The message was clear. Being poor was shameful, and social assistance was punishment rather than help. Workhouse conditions varied, but they were universally grim. Men and women were separated, children were taken from parents, and everyone was required to work in exchange for basic sustenance. The work was often pointless, breaking stones, picking oakum, or other tasks designed to occupy time rather than produce anything useful. The point was to make poverty so unpleasant that people would do anything to escape it. They separated families, because clearly the problem with poverty was that poor people were too attached to each other. Husbands and wives were housed in different sections, children were separated from parents, and families could see each other only during brief, supervised visits. The theory was that family bonds encouraged dependence and prevented individuals from developing the self-reliance necessary to escape poverty. This separation caused immense psychological suffering and often broke up families permanently. Parents might never see their children again. Elderly people died alone and forgotten, and family relationships that had been the only source of comfort in difficult lives were destroyed by institutional policies designed to discourage workhouse residency. And religion? Oh, it was everywhere. Everywhere. God watched everything, apparently, from the sparrow that fell frequently, to the sinner who slipped constantly, to the factory owner who exploited workers while attending church twice on Sundays and contributing generously to missionary societies that would help distant people while ignoring local suffering. Victorian Christianity was deeply embedded in social structures, political policies, and daily life. Sunday was for church attendance, which was often mandatory for employment, housing assistance, or social acceptance. Monday was for repenting for what you thought about during church, and the rest of the week was for feeling guilty about not being religious enough, charitable enough, or morally pure enough. Religious institutions played multiple roles in Victorian society: spiritual guidance, social control, political influence, and charitable assistance. Churches provided some support for the poor, but this help often came with moral conditions and religious requirements that reinforced social hierarchies rather than challenging them. People prayed a lot, not always for salvation. That seemed a bit ambitious given the immediate challenges of staying alive in London, sometimes just for socks without holes, or bread without mold, or water that didn't taste like it had been used to wash coal, or work that didn't slowly kill you, or children who would live to adulthood, or a day without some new catastrophe. Prayer was the Victorian lottery ticket. Cheap, widely available, and offering hope in exchange for the acknowledgement that your life was in someone else's hands. It provided comfort in situations where no practical help was available, community in societies that often isolated individuals, and the possibility that suffering might have meaning even when it seemed pointless. Victorian religious practices reflected the harsh realities of urban life. People prayed for basic necessities rather than spiritual enlightenment, for survival rather than salvation, for temporary relief rather than eternal rewards. Religion offered explanations for suffering that made endurance possible, even when those explanations didn't actually alleviate the suffering. The church had opinions about everything: how you should live, how you should die, how you should feel about living and dying, how much money you should give them for their advice on these matters, what you should wear, what you should eat, how you should work, how you should relax, and especially how you should reproduce. Religious authorities were particularly concerned with moral purity, which was easier to maintain if you were too tired, sick, or hungry to be immoral. Sexual behavior, family relationships, work habits, leisure activities, and even thoughts were subject to religious scrutiny and moral judgment. Churches provided moral guidance that often reinforced social control. Workers were encouraged to accept their conditions as God's will. Women were taught to submit to male authority, and the poor were reminded that their suffering might be spiritually beneficial. Religion offered comfort for the oppressed, while discouraging them from challenging the systems that oppressed them. Entertainment, sure, if you had a penny and low expectations. Really low expectations, basement-level expectations. Expectations so low they required special excavation equipment to locate. Working-class entertainment was limited by time, money, and energy. Most workers had little leisure time, less disposable income, and barely enough energy to remain conscious after work, let alone seek out amusing diversions. Cockfighting was popular because apparently watching two animals tear each other apart was relaxing after a day of being metaphorically torn apart yourself. Cockfighting offered excitement, gambling opportunities, and the chance to see something else suffer more dramatically than you were suffering. It was violent entertainment for people whose lives were already violent. Public executions drew crowds like modern sporting events, complete with vendors selling snacks and souvenirs, pickpockets working the crowds, and families bringing children to watch people die as a form of moral education. Nothing says family fun like watching someone hang while eating a meat pie of questionable origin and trying to teach your children about the consequences of criminal behavior. Executions were public entertainment and social ritual. They reinforced social order by demonstrating the consequences of challenging authority, provided excitement in lives that offered little stimulation, and created community experiences where people from different social classes could share the same entertainment, even if they experienced it from different vantage points. The crowds at executions varied from sympathetic observers who mourned the condemned person's fate to enthusiastic spectators who cheered for justice. Vendors sold food, drink, and mementos, while thieves and con artists worked the crowds. Children were brought to learn moral lessons about crime and punishment, though the effectiveness of these lessons was questionable. Morality plays were common, offering entertainment that doubled as moral instruction. So, here we are. You've survived Victorian London, at least the audio version. You've wandered the soot-stained alleys, shared a crust of bread with invisible neighbors, and dodged metaphorical rats with remarkable grace, all from the safety of your blanket burrito. And sure, maybe you wouldn't last a full day back then. Honestly, most of us wouldn't. Indoor plumbing has ruined us in the best possible way. But you know what? That's okay. It means the people who did survive it somehow, against all odds, were tougher than we give them credit for. So the next time your Wi-Fi lags, or your oat milk latte isn't quite the right temperature, just remember, you could be waking up in a tenement room with no toothpaste, no heating, and a breakfast that may or may not contain sawdust. Sleep well, my friend. You've earned it. May your dreams be fog-free, your pillows soft, and your 19th century nightmares historically accurate. Good night. The end.